Please subscribe to my YouTube channel for more updates and more content. For training and mentorship of Microsoft Fabric, feel free to reach out 93907 17804. Yeah, hi all. Welcome to Real Data Cloud. So, Real Data Cloud, we are going to launch our new website. So, you can go through it. So, let me introduce before we directly jump into the project. So, let me introduce myself. This is Sharat Chandra. I'm a working professional in a product based company as a BI software engineer. I have completed the certification Microsoft Certified Power BI Data Analyst Associate. And the next one is Microsoft Certified Fabric Data Engineer Associate, PL 300 and DP 700. I have completed this certification. So I have been training, teaching, tutoring, assisting, and guiding the corporate, non-corporate, IT, and non-IT candidates from the times of COVID. I handle data engineering part and data analysis part. And I'm not a trainer. I'm a freelancer. I'm a working professional, and also I have a YouTube channel. So, in the educational institutes or in the IT industry, you join there, and what they generally teach you the theory and whatever the project that they have from the GitHub or from the Kaggle. So Kaggle is the main where it has all the data sources, data sets. Okay. So what do you think? Yeah, this is a real-time project, and you work on that dummy project, and you I don't know how many of you get the subject or the flow of the data analysis part. So today in this session, we will discuss about the data analyst, end-to-end BI and data analytics, data analyst project life cycle. So how does it go? So what are all the stages that we have from getting the project to developing the project, then deploying the project into the production? So there are many stages that we have. So we will cover all the stages one by one so that you will understand the end-to-end life cycle of the data analyst. Okay, so project life cycle of the data analyst. The first and foremost question, once you complete explaining about the project in your organization in the interview, the next question that they are going to ask you, how did you get the project? Okay, so what is that first and foremost thing? The first and foremost stage is discovery and analysis. So the first and foremost thing is that business problem statement in the first stage. So second one is business requirements gathering. And the third one is source system analysis. And the fourth one is data generation and collection. And also we heard in the organization, how do we work? So each and every organization, they have their own Scrum activities and also Scrum applications that they use. Few organizations use Azure DevOps, few organizations use Azure Agile, Scrum. What do we have? We have the Sprint. So you would also get another question that how do you monitor the task? What is the application that you use in your organization? So what I did, I have created the Jira. So we will go through one by one. So let's get started with the project introduction. Okay. So I made it in a real time so that we understand what happens in the real time. So what is that? So the data analytics team received mail from the client. Okay. Board review analytics platform need dashboards before 30th September. The year is not mentioned, maybe 26 or 27. So what is this? So we received the mail, okay, Real Data Cloud. Following our call on Friday, I'm formally engaging your team for the reporting work stream, attaching the diagnostic document Aravin's team prepared in June, along with ERP extraction. Please find the attached project document. Okay, so what is that? So we got some commitments. Sunil has got committed to the board that we will have revenue and claim visibility by end of December 2026. So BI publisher goes dark in Q4, so we do not have a fallback. maybe due to some reasons, maybe due to the projects in the pipelines. So the BI team won't get much time in the December. So that is quarter four. So if you think that the quarter four, Jan, February, March as a Q1, so the quarter four would be like a December. Okay. So the end. Okay. So what do we need in priority? So they need to have the revenue dashboard. So by facility, by department, by month. Okay. Finance currently spend 3 to 5 days, and the claim dashboard, clinical KPIs. So constraints you should know rather than later. So we got so that branch managers should only see their own facility. So this is based. I mean, this is after we complete the first part of the project. Then once we get into the Power BI or data visualization tool, we can restrict the data by implementing the RLS. Patient name, phone numbers, and email address cannot leave our environment unmasked. So what are they saying that we should not expose these to the reporting team, or we should not expose these to the clients or the end users, okay, stakeholders or the customers, or maybe the seller sales, okay, brokers, representatives. So they do not want to have this information going out of the organization. So these are all called as a personally identifiable information, PII. So our database analyst Rajesh Kulkarni will give one export window per week. So Sunday this guy is going to extract the data from whatever the data source it is. Okay. So you can contact. So these are all the information that we have. We received from the CTO Preeti Ramchandran. So from the Medicore. So they said that all the document is available. So what do we need to do? The next thing is to check what are all the documents that we received and what is the project. Okay. What is the main project that they are expecting? Okay. So what is the Medicore problem statement of the project? So if you see here, we received the document from them. So what is the organization, the client's name? Medicore Health Systems Private Limited, which is located in Hyderabad. Okay. So what do we have? Problem diagnostic documentation. So what is the, if you see the company, what is the document type and classification? So let us get into the overview of the company. So if you see here, Medicore Health System Private Limited is a multi-speciality hospital, which is in Hyderabad, and which was founded in the year 2012. And the company operates in the 7 hospital facilities across Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So which combined 1,400 beds, so and so, okay, 850 registered medical practitioners. So when it is registered, what is the CIN, what is the headquarters, and 7 hospitals. So these are all the hospitals, and 850 doctors. So what is the annual patient? 4.2 lakh patients, okay, plus 68,000 inpatients. I mean, the current patients are 68,000 and 4.2 lakhs are outpatients already. I mean, they are medicated, okay. These patients are medicated, and currently 68,000 are under medication, okay, as per fiscal year 2024-2025. And what is the revenue of the fiscal year 2024 and 25? It is 412 crores. Okay, what is the main core business? Cardiology, neurology, we know all these. Okay, these are all the domains. And what is the ERP system? Enterprise Resource Planning. Okay, every organization, they have their own ERP system. I mean, they have their own, what do you say, the system to get the data, the application to hold the data, to get the data. Okay, so here this organization is using Oracle Health Cloud plus Oracle ERP Finance. Okay, so we have SAP. SAP has 20 or 25 modules. Okay, for the finance, for the what do you say, marketing, for the HR. The way we have modules in the SAP. So here in this organization, they are using ERP system, Enterprise Resource Planning. So what do they have? They have Oracle Health Cloud and Oracle ERP Finance. So what is the analytics platform that we have? Oracle BI Publisher. Okay, it is getting replaced. So we have all this information. Okay, organizational structure. So if you see here, what is the organizational structure? Okay, so if you see here, so it is been, there are multiple modules over here to get the data. Okay, so each and every individual branches in the different states, what do? They have the application that gets the patient's information. So if you see Oracle Health Cloud, which gets the clinical records, appointment scheduling, and lab integration. Oracle ERP Finance, okay, Oracle SCM, HCM, Oracle BI Publisher, and Microsoft 365 for collaboration, for mailing, for SharePoint documentation and all. Okay, so this is what we have it. So in a broader way, if you see what is the Oracle ERP source system, how do they get the data? Okay, how do they get the data? So if you see here, Oracle Health Cloud, okay, clinical operation. So what does it own? So it owns the registration, appointments, and clinical encounter. So column it sources patient ID, name, date of birth, gender, okay, appointment date, time, and what is the status, doctors and department. Okay, so this data comes from the Oracle Health. This is very, very, very important because in the interview, so in order to know how you have worked, what are all the systems that is being used in your organization, so they are going to check it. How do you get the data? Okay, what are all the modules that you have? What is the finance application that you use in your organization in order to get the data? So what is the next thing? Oracle ERP Finance. So accounts receivable AR. So what do we have in here? So we have the complete, it looks like a fact table. Okay, what does it contain? It contains the consultation fee, what is the subtotal, how much discount, what is the GST total, what are all the payment modes, and what is the status. Next one is Oracle Health Lab. Okay, so what do we have in the Health Lab? So column it sources, what is the name, what is the, I mean, it is completely related to the lab test. Okay, so we know that there are a few tests, CRP, CBP, okay, vital fever test, and we also go for X-ray, MRI, CT scan, so something like that. So Oracle Health Lab, it holds all the lab information. Okay, so and also we also have who is operating what kind of a system, clinical operation, finance and billing. So here it is a lab manager. So here Oracle HCM, inventory and pharmacy. So what is that inventory and pharmacy? So we know that we have many pharmacies around us. So different pharmaceutical druggist, chemist. Okay, so we hold a drug and we go to that medicine store and we ask them whether that medicine is available in that store or not. If it does not available, what do? They check in their system and what is the nearest store that they have. And by the evening or by tomorrow morning, what do? They get that. So that is what inventory, whether they have it in the nearest store or they have it in the nearby inventory. So they check it. So inventory and pharmacy. So this is related to the medical store simply. So what is the medicine dosage, quantity, medicine charges. Next one is Oracle insurance claims. For example, we see that there is a reimbursement. Okay, so a patient got for a surgery. Okay, so he has the insurance, and so he needs to claim something, the amount. Okay, so this is being taken care by the claims and TPA, claims manager, insurance provider, what is the policy. We have many schemes. Okay, what is the policy number, claim ID, claim status. So 1 lakh is the surgery. So what is the approved amount from the government? Okay, so that is what in the Oracle insurance and claims. Next one is Oracle HCM, human resources, and it is being looked by the HR director. So what do we have in here? What it owns? Doctor and staff master records. So how many doctors? We know that there are different types of domains that we have. What is that? Ophthalmologist, dentist, heart surgeons. Okay, so how many doctors are available? So what are their specialization? What is the license number? So it's a master data in the sense dimension table. Okay, who are all the staff? How many nurses? How many of them are senior consultants and all? Okay, so this is about the Oracle ERP source system. So the complete source system. So what I did here, I have created the Jira. So what do we have in the Jira? So in the Jira, the first step, once we get the project, is like the stage 1 is Medicore project discovery and analysis. What do we have in here? Project overview. The first and foremost thing is that, so we would discuss about the problem statement with the client. Okay, so let me put it in review. Okay, we just completed this. Now Now let's get into the same documentation again. So these are all the technology landscape. Okay. So what is the main problem statement? So what is the problem they are facing? Okay. They have identified 5 critical operational and data management failures that are directly impacting patient safety, financial performance, and regulatory compliances. Okay. So what do we have? The first and foremost problem statement in the interview, you start explaining about the project by explaining the problem statement first. You do not directly say that, oh, we worked with the healthcare domain. Our client is so and so client, and we got the data from the Oracle ERP. No, it is not like that. First, you need to explain about the problem statement. So the client has reached the data analytics team with a problem statement. So what is that problem statement? The entire hospital data system, the flat table architecture, okay, patient demographics, doctor records, department information. So all the details are existing in a single table. Okay, billing. Okay, it is stored in a single denormalized Oracle ERP table. Okay, what is that terminology? Denormalized. Okay, this violates. What does it violate? First, second, and third normalization. Okay, we have a concept called as a normalization in the data warehouse and database. Okay, 1NF, 2NF, 3NF. The normalization mainly focuses on the data redundancy and duplication. Okay, the core concept of the normalization is data redundancy and duplication of the records. So the first problem statement is flat table architecture. So they are getting the data from the Oracle ERP, but the thing is that in everything in a single table. Okay, so what is the root cause? Oracle ERP implementation team chose flat table design in 2018 for simplicity of initial deployment without considering long-term scalability or data quality. No data modeling standards. Okay, absence of data governance framework. Okay, all modules write directly into hospital underscore raw without staging and validation layer. So we will discuss this. Don't worry, we will discuss this. Okay. So what is that? Metric data redundancy, update anomaly, insert anomaly, delete anomaly. Okay. So these are all what is the business impact? Storage waste, data inconsistency, operational bottleneck, irreversible data loss risk. So these are all the measurable impact. The first problem statement. Second problem statement is billing discrepancies. Okay, what is that? Invoices are auto-generated from the flat table without validating the total amount equal to. So this is what they have. Okay, they are showing some what is that? Some formula or whatever the thing that they are using. Okay, consultation fees plus lab charges, the billing amount that they receive, plus medicine charges minus what is the discount if they avail, plus GST, whatever the percent of the GST. So there is a billing discrepancies are costing 18 lakhs per month. Okay, every month they are losing 18 lakhs. I mean, they do not know that there is maybe they are not calculating well. So that can be the main reason. Okay, due to the calculation, they are not able to monitor 18 lakhs per month. Okay, so this is what they have. Okay, so what is that? No automation assertion, Oracle ERP billing module. GST computational error, 14% of the invoices due to incorrect tax codes. Okay, so what do you see if you go to any hotel or any restaurant? Okay, you find that each and every dishes have the codes. Okay, at the time of billing, what do? They enter the codes and you get the bill. So what do you see here? There are different types of invoices, GST invoices. So they are not entering correctly. Discount application is manually not enforced. There are no standards for discounts. Okay, no audit trail. There is no audit. Okay, so this is what they are lacking. And if you see here, this is the total amount that they are losing. Incorrect service codes, incorrect subtotals. Okay, this is the second problem statement. Third problem statement, insurance claim failure. Okay, 28% of the insurance claims submitted to provide whatever. I mean, these are all the insurance providers are rejected. The primary cause is incorrect or missing data in the claim submission package, which is auto-generated from the flat hospital raw data without data validation, and there is a loss of 45 lakhs every year, financial year. Okay, so what is that missing incorrect? Okay, diagnostic code, and what is the pre-existing condition not flagged, whether the policy number is mismatched or expired, invoice amount versus claim amount discrepancy. Okay, invoice amount is 1 lakh and the claim amount is 1.2 lakhs. Okay, there is a problem. Missing lab results in the support documents. What do? When you try claiming for the hospital, I mean in the health, what is that? What the document they would ask you if you go for insurance claiming, they would ask whether the patient has BP or diabetes, okay, or any condition, abnormal condition. What do? They collect all this information before releasing the amount, because if the patient has all this, they do not release the amount. So that is the core condition. Whether they have it or not, the support documents are available or not. Okay, so that is what the next problem statement. Fourth problem statement, no real-time lab integration. Okay, what is that? Laboratory test results are recorded in the hospital underscore raw data with an average delay of 24 to 48 hours after test completion. Results arrive on paper or via email and are manually entered into the ERP by administrative staff. Okay, they are manually getting entered. There is no digital integration between the lab equipment and Oracle ERP system and the treating doctor's clinical dashboard. Doctors are making clinical decision without the latest test data in the 31% of the inpatient cases, as reported by the Clinical Audit Committee in the Q1 2025. So there is no automatic entrance of the data, of the lab data mainly. Okay, it is taking a lot of time to get the data. Turnaround time for high priority test. For example, a patient went for a test. Okay, by the end of the evening, they need to get the whichever the diagnostic center that you go, by evening or by within 24 hours, they get the reports. So here, what is going on? There is an impact of the time. Okay, these high priority tests should be get in within 2 hours, but average is 28 hours. Okay, so that's a problem. And the problem statement fifth is fragmented analytics and reporting. This is a high problem statement. What is that? Medicore has no unified analytics platform. Each department generates reports independently. Okay, the doctor's department or the billing department, lab department, everything is generated independently from the flat Oracle ERP table using the Oracle BI publisher, scheduled for decommissioning in 2025 Q4. Okay, so what everything will be, this Oracle BI publisher is going to retire by the end of 2025. So what we need to implement, these reports should be built automatically, I mean, built in Power BI to generate the reports. So that is what the main agenda. The problem statement 5 is very important. So revenue reports takes 3 to 5 days delays business to compile because 7 facilities must manually consolidate it. Okay, no Power BI or equivalent dashboard. Hospital leadership makes strategic decision based on the reports that are weeks old. There is no latest data. Data analysts spend 70% of their time on data extraction cleaning rather than insight generation. No single source of truth for patient count, revenue, or clinical KPIs across the group. Okay, so this is what the problem statement that we have, the 5 problem statement that we have in the current client organization. In the interview, you need to be specifying these within the given time, 5 minutes or 10 minutes of your interview. I mean, first 5-10 minutes, you need to explain the problem statement and how did you implement that. So we will see the implement steps one by one. Okay, so if you see what is the source system, Oracle Health, what is the database, And what is the primary table? Single. All domains are available in a single table. So records are from 2020 to 2025. Okay, 5 years of data. 49 columns are available. Okay, patient, doctor, department, appointment, lab, medicine, billing, insurance. Okay, everything is combined together. Current storage 4.2 terabytes of the raw data, 1.8 post compression, backup policy, all these. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, so what do we need to do? The first and foremost step is that normalization. Okay, the first and foremost step is that normalization. Do we have anything? Okay, and again, we also need to design the star schema design. Okay, so if we go to the Databricks or Microsoft Fabric, it should go under the medallion architecture. But as we are discussing about the data analyst project, it goes into the data warehousing. Okay, uh, ingestion strategy. So okay, so these are all we have it in the problem statement in the project. So these are all the problem that organization the client is facing. Okay, so let us go here. Yes, the project overview is completed. Now let us get into the data analyst project life cycle. Do we have? Yes, it is under progress. So what do we have? So we have discussed about Oracle ERP source system. Okay, and the first 4 steps. Okay, till business requirement gathering. Okay, we have completed the problem statement. So now let us get into the business requirement gathering. Okay, so Medicore analytics platform architectural data flow. Okay, so you would find this in the organization. So how the people are going to access in an organization. So if you see here, the external sources are Oracle Health Cloud. Okay, patients, and these are all the information that we are going to get. Oracle ERP Finance, Oracle LIS. Okay, these are all fed into. Okay, these are all fed into file ingest agent. Okay, bulk insert. What is this bulk insert? So reads CSV. Okay, reads CSV that is extracted. Okay, reads CSV extract from the secured file share. Either we can go for bulk insert or SSIS. Okay, these are all data gets into these external from the external sources. Based on the bulk insert, the data is ingested. Okay, the data is ingested. Once the data is ingested, okay, once the data is ingested, I mean, we get it the CSV extract. From the CSV extract, okay, so it should go through the ETL procedures. What is that ETL procedures? Cleaning, normalization, so slow changing dimension, merge, reject, and log. Okay, then it should get into the stage schema. Okay, in the data warehouse, if you remember from the data warehouse, from the data sources, the data is collected and it is stored in the layer called as a staging layer. You heard about this. Okay, it is stored in the layer called as a staging layer. What does the staging layer contains? It contains the raw data. Whatever the data that is coming from the source, it is stored as it is. Okay, from the staging layer, okay, from the staging layer, it is moved into the data warehouse schema. Okay, it is moved into the another schema called as another layer, another next layer from the staging layer. Okay, the raw data is moved into the actually it moves into the DW schema, data warehouse. Okay, data warehouse. From the data warehouse, okay, or what can be happen? Okay, what it can happen. So this is the staging layer. This is the staging layer. It can get into the ODS layer. I mean, STG, ODS are the names, dummy names given by the organization. Okay, you can also explain the same thing. Each and every organization for their databases, they also give the database name or whatever the schema name based on the business. Okay, based on the business. Okay, so from the staging layer, okay, that data gets into the ODS layer following the 3NF operational stores. Okay, so based on the 3NF, okay, normalization, it gets into the ODS. From the ODS, it gets into the data warehouse schema. Okay, what happens at this stage? So every table is divided, whatever the table that is that we have, it would be divided into the dimension and fact table. Okay, the tables are separated into star schema based on the dimensions and fact table. Okay, based on the dimension and fact table. Then again, what happens? This data, okay, whatever the data that is being cleaned and that is being in the star schema, it gets into the Power BI reporting, or we can prepare the data modeling. Okay, so this is what we are going to get. After that, okay, after that, so what do we see here? After that, what happens? So everyone, okay, so Oracle operational analyst, okay, so he has Power BI report. Financial controller, so he has Power BI report. Branch manager has, so you can see the semantic model. Data engineer, so he would handle orchestration jobs. Okay, so whether, I mean, it should not fail every time when they go for the job should run perfectly in the background. None of the tables should fail. Okay, so he looks after the monitoring of the jobs. Okay, triggers, loading the data, retries, alerts on failure. Okay, this is what. Okay, every day triggers nightly 2 IST, maybe 2 a.m. IST or midnight. Okay, so what is that? In the semantic model, reads the data import or direct query mode. Okay, and again we go for normalization, and top of it, what do we have? So here it gets, okay, monitoring and alerting. Once the data got into the ingested, so notifies on load failure. Okay, I mean from the extractor. Okay, from the extractor, so we get it. So if you need to understand more clearly, so what I can do, we can go through, we can go here. You would easily understand more in details. Okay, so what is that we are discussing about? We are discussing about, okay, we are discussing about that flow. Okay, so what is that? ERP, Oracle, ERP system, Oracle ERP system. So the data is getting generated. Okay, once the data is generated, what is going on here? So it is going to be inserted. Okay, the data is going to be inserted. Okay, the data is going to be inserted. So where it is inserted? Into a drive, anywhere, whatever the OneDrive or whatever the source system that an organization maintains. Okay, bulk, it is called as a bulk insertion. Okay, bulk insertion. Whatever, there would be a database administrator. So he's going to go for extracting the data. They have the tools available. Based on the tools, they extract the data. Oracle ERP, then it goes to the bulk insertion into any drive, into the source. Okay, from here, so what do we have in here? Okay, what do we have in here? What is the main thing that we have in here? So here we have something like, so the complete, it's a flat file. Okay, the first and foremost thing is that it's a flat file, so which contains all the denormalized data. Denormalized data or table, simply it is called as a table. So what is the next thing? So here we need to get the data into the data warehouse. Okay, get data into the data warehouse. Data warehouse. So let me go with the DW. So in the DW, so there are 3 stages again, or 2 stages maybe. Okay, the first and foremost thing is that whatever the raw data that is generated, it should be in the, okay, let me go for doing one thing. Okay, let me expand, let me increase this. Okay, again there would be 3 layers or 2 layers, whatever the layer based on the organization we will have it. The first and foremost layer is called as a staging layer. Okay, staging layer. What does it hold? It holds the raw data. From the bulk insertion, it holds the raw data. The next thing is that ODS layer, that is we gave the number. Okay, the next thing is that ODS layer. So what do? Here we go with the normalization, ODS layer. ODS layer. So what do we have in the ODS layer? So we would maintain the normalization of the data. Okay, normalization of the data. So what do? We go for normalization. Normalization. Again from the ODS or within the ODS, what we can also do is, okay, so here we can go for either we can go for another layer. Okay, so what is that layer? We would separate it to, we would make the star schema. Okay, we would make the star schema. So we divide the data, we divide the table into dimension and fact table. Dimension and fact table. Okay, so we build the star schema. So we connect it, we build it. Okay, how do we do that? We will see that one by one. Okay, this is in the data warehouse. Okay, once the data is been in the data warehouse, okay, this can be the database. Okay, the star schema is built, and from the star schema, from the database, what do? We connect it to the, we go for making two things here. Okay, we go for making two things here. So the first one is either we can build, okay, the first one is either we can go for building the semantic model. Okay, building the semantic model, or we can directly go for Power BI reporting or data modeling. We can go for Power BI report building. Okay, from here it is going to get connected. Okay, so this is completely in the reporting. This is completely in the reporting. So what is that? The first and foremost thing, add on the top of it. Okay, on top of it, so there would be a what is that? The database engineer. Okay, so there would be a database engineer. So he would extract the data. Okay, he would extract the data. Database engineer. He's going to insert, bulk insert. Okay, and here what do we have? So we would have the data engineers. So we would have the engineers or data warehouse. Okay, data engineers. So who are going to look into the pipelines. Okay, pipeline, whether the jobs are running fine or not, whether the jobs are running. Okay, whether the jobs are failing, he needs to completely monitor the jobs, Okay, any problem with the layer, staging layer or ODS layer or in the star schema or in other layer. And here comes the BI developer. Okay, here comes the BI developer. So extracting the data, implementing the DAX for in-depth analysis, and building the report. So this whole, okay, this is the whole life cycle of the data analyst project. So again, it gets into the data analyst project management life cycle. Okay, so this is what we will discuss. Okay, this is what the flow of the data. So in the interview, you should be clear when you explain about the project. Okay, so this is what we have it over here. The same thing is explained in here. Okay, the container Medicore analytics platform C4 container diagram. So each and every, so from here it is generated. So we have the audit schema. So what is the data loading or load control rejection rows? Okay, any data quality ingestion, file ingestion. On the file ingestion, we would have the monitoring and alerting. Then it gets into the ETL procedure. Here we would go for data quality. Again, it gets into the staging layer, then into the ODS, then into the data warehouse schema, then into the Power BI. So this is what the complete analytics platform. Okay, this is what the complete analytics platform. Okay. So how do we see, where do we have the data? So let me show. Okay, tomorrow we will discuss, but let me show where do we have the data. First of all, you got a question. So where is the data? So let me click on this. So there is a file in the drive. So hospital raw data. Okay, the complete data is in here. Okay, it is being extracted into a system. So from here, what do we need to do? So how does the data look like? Okay, let me go here. Okay, how does the data we have it in the ERP system? If you see here, what do we have? We have the record ID, transaction module, branch code, financial year, fiscal quarter, who are all created, reception staff. Okay, so these are all information. One information. Patient ID, patient information. The first table is related to the ERP system, and the second one is patient information. Okay, patient ID, patient. Okay, the third one is doctor information. Okay, doctor information. What is the consultation fees? What is the department name? What is the specialization of the doctor? And the next one is appointment. Okay, the next one is appointment. So what is the chief complaint? What is the diagnostics? What is the clinical notes that we have? Next one is lab. Next one is lab. What is the lab test name? What is the result? What is the reference range? Whether it is an abnormal or not. Medicine that is being suggested. Okay, this is the medicine information. Lab charges and medical charges. Okay, everything gets into the billing. Okay, lab charges, medicine charges. Okay, what is the discount? What is the GST amount? What is the total amount? What is the payment mode, payment status? Okay, and the next one is insurance. So who are all the insurance provided? What is the policy number? What is the coverage amount? Okay, these are all information that we have in the Oracle ERP raw data. Okay, so here we have the information, how many records, what is the date range, what is the amount that they are getting, how many appointments for per by year, what is the revenue by department. Okay, how much is the contribution. Okay, and the next one, what do we have? Implementation steps. We have the complete implementation steps, but this is in the fabric, in the data engineering, but we will implement it in the data warehousing. Okay, so this is what we have it in the raw data. So this is what we have it in the raw data. Let me check, am I missing anything? I think we also have so here we also have the column mapping. So how we are going to map the columns, merging the columns. Okay, what are all the information about the columns? What is the source table and target table? What is the relation between the tables? How can we make the data modeling? What are all the data types that we have? What is the ETL transformation? Okay, it is a medallion architecture. It is following the fabric. Okay, watermark, incremental load, batch loading. What is the field level? Okay, what is the data lineage? Okay, legendary and legend glossary. Okay, these are all the. So what is the surrogate key? What is the primary key, foreign key, natural key, degenerated key, composite keys? Okay, well, these are all information that we have. Okay, ERP applications. Okay, there are different types of applications in the ERP. Okay, we also have SAP, Oracle ERP. Okay, Zoho ERP. I think we have it over here. Oracle, Stage Intact, SAP Business One, Zoho, FreshBooks, Microsoft, SAP ERP. So there are multiple ERP. We are using Oracle ERP. In the interview, if you get a question, you can say that Oracle ERP or whatever the ERP system that is being used in your organization. Yeah. So till here we discussed about discovery and analysis. So what are all the problem statement, business requirement gathering, source system analysis, data generation and collection. So what do I do now? So I would move this, the first stage into the done. Okay. So if you see, sorry. So let me click on this. Okay, I need to click on, yeah. So I'm just trying to move this Scrum. So actually we would have, what do we have in the real time? So we would have the time, okay? 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever the time that is allocated. So we must be completing that, okay? The stage one is completed. So what do I do? I'll click and, okay, we do not have any labels. Changes the status to done, yeah. So let me click on done. The first stage is completed. Okay, what is that stage? The Medicore project, discovery and analysis. The second one is architecture and engineering. So what do we have? The task in this architecture and engineering. The first and foremost thing is that data extraction. Data extraction. So whether it can be ETL or ELT. So we are going with ETL. So let it be ETL. The next one is staging layer. Staging layer. Okay. So what do we have? We would have the raw data. Raw data. And the fourth one is bulk insert. So this is a story. Under the story, we would have so stage one, stage two, stage three are the stories that we would have in the Jira. And whatever you see in progress, data extraction, staging layer, and insert, bulk insert, these are all the tasks. Bulk insert. Bulk insert. This is another task. So let me click on OK. And the last one is audit control. Audit control. So what do we have in here actually? So we would have something. So we can enter the timing also. So we can enter the timing also. So let me check if we can add some time over here. Can I add the time? I mean time in the sense of duration. Okay. I think we have the due date. So I can click on today. Okay. So I can click on today, and or we can also write the deadline so that we will get the time. What is the due date? Okay. What is the due date? So now let us jump into how can we do that. Okay. The first one is extraction, data extraction ETL. So what do you need to do? I will share the CSV with you. Okay. I will share the CSV with you. So what do you need to do here is, okay, what do you need to do here is you need to go to this PC, okay, open the local disk C and create a folder called as a Medicore, okay, just create the way it is, Medicore, okay, the way it is. And what do you need to do? You need to save hospital underscore raw, the file name as hospital underscore raw. So what does the file contain? The file contains all the whatever the records, okay, whatever the records that we have. So it contains all. So why do we need to store something like this? Because at the time of bulk insert, we can use this path and get this extraction. So what is the extracted that we use in here? So if you take Databricks, okay, the extractor can be autoloader. So here if you take the extractor is, so BI publisher data model, okay, a SQL query wrapped into an XDO definition scheduled to emit CSV or XML file. Okay, so what is the extractor name? BIP. Okay, in the interview if you get, so what is the extractor name? BIP. So let me write something in here. Okay, so BIP extractor. Okay, so you would easily remember this. So what is the BIP extractor? What does it do? So okay, it's a SQL query. Okay, it's a SQL query which is used to get, okay, which is used for a schedule and get data in CSV format. Okay, get data in the CSV format. So you need to do the same thing over here. Okay, so we are not using that extractor, but the thing is that, so we write some query, select whatever the data, okay, from and we give the date as a main condition. So greater than or whatever we give. Okay, so it is used for extracting the data. Okay, so this is the extractor. This is the CSV, the output from the extractor. Okay, so what do we need to do? The next thing. So next thing is that we need to get into the SQL. Okay, we need to get into the SQL. So what do we need to do here? Okay, once we extract the data, so we need to get the data. Okay, get the same data, get the hospital underscore raw, hospital underscore raw into the data warehouse, into the data warehouse. So how do we get that? Okay, so how do we get that? So we can get it. The first and foremost thing that we need to do here is, okay, so we need to create the database. Okay, the first step. Okay, so in here, the step one is to create the database. Okay, create the database. So here, what do? I will create the database, create database. Okay, Medicore DW. Okay, so what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the database Medicore DW, and the next thing, whatever the query, whatever the code, whatever we write, so it should go under the Medicore DW. So what do we do now? So use Medicore DW. Okay, use Medicore DW, and after that, what do we need to do? We need to write the schemas. Okay, we need to get the schemas. Okay, or create the schemas. Simply create the schema. So what is a schema? Schema is just like a folder. So it contains what? It contains all the data types. So it contains all the data types. So what do we need to do? So here, let me write the schemas. If, okay, so how do we write the schema? Schema ID, okay, built-in function. So which is used to return integer schema name, system name. Okay, it takes, we can enter the schema name. So what is the schema name that we need to enter? The first and foremost schema is the staging layer. Okay, in the data warehouse, the first and foremost stage layer is called as a staging layer. So what do we need to do? If it is null, okay, execute. EC is execute. So what we need to execute? Create schema stage. Simple, straightforward. Okay, create schema stage. The first and foremost layer is creating schema stage. Okay, so we missed. Next one is, what is the next schema? That is ODS. Okay, so what does the staging layer has? The staging layer would have the complete raw data. Okay, whatever the data that is coming from the extractor, that data gets into the staging layer. So here, what do we need to do? So we can write schema ODS. Okay, we can write the schema ODS. The next one is DW. Okay, from the ODS, the data, whatever, okay, we need to do normalization, and after that, we need to get the data into the data warehousing. Okay, the first stage is staging layer, STG, raw data. Okay, let me write it over here. Okay, this is the first stage. First stage, which is called as a staging layer. Okay, staging layer, what does it contain? Raw data, whatever the data that is coming from the extractor. Okay, so from extractor, okay, this is from the extractor. The next one is, okay, the next one is ODS. Okay, second stage, or we can also call it as a second layer. Okay, so instead of writing stage, let me go for the layer. Okay, the second layer, so we go for normalization or whatever we want to do. Okay, simply let me go for normalization. And the third one is data warehouse. Okay, what does the data warehouse has? The third layer is data warehouse, which contains the data that is built for star schema. Okay, that is built for the star schema. So this is the next layer. Okay, and the fourth one is audit layer. So which is used for auditing the data warehouse. So how it is performing, whether the data got correctly into the staging layer or not. So that is what we monitor. Okay, loading of the data. Simply we can say loading of the data from extractor. Okay, any failures, any job failures, anything failed, the monitoring. Okay, completely we can audit how the data is loading, what is the execution time. Okay, these are all we have it in the audit schema. Okay, what is the next one? Okay, what is the next one? So we need to create the stage, we need to create the table. Okay, so in general, in the real-time industry, in the real-time environment, how does it go? Is like drop table. Okay, if exist, if exist. So what do we need to do? We can write stage dot, what is the name? Okay, hospital raw is the name. Okay, hospital raw is the name of the staging layer. Okay, so whatever the data, hospital underscore data, whatever the 49 columns or whatever the columns that we have. So let me open that file. First of all, let me open that file. What does the hospital underscore raw contains? Okay, what does it contain? So it contains all these records. There are 49 columns. Okay, record ID, ERP transaction ID, what is the ERP module, what is the branch code. Okay, this is not clear. Okay, you feel that this is not clear. So what do? I will get this file. So here you will find the raw data. Okay, what kind of a data that we have. Now it is good for you. Okay, this is the ERP system, the complete data. Okay, ERP system data. If you see, this is the ERP system data. Record ID, ERP transaction, ERP module, branch code, finally, fiscal year, fiscal quarter, and who created this. And the next one is patient's data. Okay, the next one is patient's data. So what are all the data that is related to the, I mean, everything is in a flat table. I mean, that is what the first problem statement is. Okay, so what is the next thing? Okay, yes, we need to create the schema, and the next step is creating the table. Okay, so create the table. Okay, the next step, this is the step 1 and this is the step 2. Okay, when you practice, you need to follow the same thing. And this is the step 3. Okay, this is the step 3. So what do we need to do here? Okay, we need to create the table. Okay, create table. Okay, what is the table name? STG dot hospital raw is the table name. STG dot hospital raw is the table name. STG means staging layer. Remember that. Okay, STG means staging layer. So what do we need to do here? We need to enter the column names and the data type and the constraint, whether it is a null or not null. Okay, what do I do for entering the column names? Okay, so I would go for taking this. Okay, so I need to enter the column names. So how can I cannot type. Okay, so what do? I'll go for pasting it. Okay, right click, make it, transpose this. Okay, we get all the columns over here. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Did we get? Yes, we got it. Okay, we got all the columns. So what do we need to do? We need to just, okay, whatever it does not accept, if it has the, what is that? The space in between two words. Okay, so either we need to enter it in a square brackets, or we need to go with the quotes, or we need to write without any space in between the columns. Okay, what we are trying to do here in the staging layer, we are trying to create the table. Okay, when you remember, you need to remember that. Okay, you need to remember that. Okay, we need to remember that. So whatever the data that is coming from the raw file, okay, we will get it in the format of variable character. Okay, in varchar. Okay, in varchar, and whatever the number of characters that we want to give, we can give it. Okay, so whatever the number of characters that we can give, okay, we can give it. So let me not go for giving any space in between these. Okay, what do I do? So I will go for entering. Okay, here also the same thing. So let me go for giving again variable character. Okay, so here also I can go for writing. Okay, for all these, what do we need to do? So we need to go for writing everything. Okay, we need to give the data type, and also whether it is a, what is the constraint, whether it is a null or not null. Okay. After that, what do we need to do? The last additional columns we need to enter. Okay. What is that additional column? Load ID. Okay. So we will go for making it as integer. Okay. Null. The next one is source file name. Source file name. So here also we will go for n varchar. Okay. So whatever number, 400, 500 characters. And the next one is loaded at. Loaded at. What is the time it loaded? Okay. So we will go for date time 2. So here what do? We go for giving 0 because we will not null, and we will default it to the system date and time. System date time. So what is this? When you trigger, okay, when you trigger the bulk insert extractor, okay, you triggered at morning 9 o'clock. So what does it do? So at this moment, it is going to take the system date and time. Okay, at this moment, it is going to take the system date and time. Okay, so this is how we insert the data. Okay, this is how we insert the data. So what do? I will directly get this. Okay, already we have that. So what do? So I will go for taking this. Okay, let me take this one. Now what do we need to do? We need to go for, so let me select, I mean, already it is created, but so we need to click on the execute. Okay, so once you do this, we will be executing this. So 49 is the number of columns that we have. 49 is the number of columns that we have it in the existing table. And the extra columns we entered is load ID, source file name, and loaded at. Okay, this is what we made. Okay, this is what we made. And what is the next step? Okay, so we loaded the data, we created the Medicore data warehouse, and under the Medicore data warehouse, what we did, we created the schemas. Okay, and we created the staging hospital raw. Okay, one layer. What does it contain? We created the table. Okay, whatever the columns that we have in the raw data, we need to exactly enter the same name. Okay, I mean, in future, if you want to make some changes to the columns, we can use the update statement and we can update the column names. Okay, so most of the times we maintain the same kind of a column names. Okay, so we got it. Okay, we got the number of columns. What is the next step? Yes, we created the Medicore and we created the staging layer. Okay, so if you want to see, so we can also use select star from. So what is the layer? So we can go for writing this layer. Okay, and let me click on execute this. Now you see record ID, ERP module, everything. The table is created, but the table is empty. Okay, what is the next step? The next step is to go for bulk insert. Okay, what is this step called as a step 4? Okay, step 4 is bulk insert. This happens in the real time. Okay, this is each and every organization follow. It's not the dummy. So the most important thing is the flow. Okay, is the procedure. It's not about the data, it's not about the value, it's not about the columns. It's about the flow that happens in the real-time world, so that you will easily understand what goes in the real time. Okay, so what is the next step? The next step is the insertion of the data. So what do we do here? So here we will go for create, again we will go for creating the table. Okay, so here we will go for the same thing. So what do we do in the bulk insert? Okay, we will go for writing. Okay, bulk insert. Okay, bulk insert stg dot vw underscore hospital raw underscore load. Okay, so from, the important thing is that from. So what is the file that we have? Okay, let me copy the path. Okay, we need to enter the path over here. Okay, what is the path and what is the name of the file? Hospital underscore raw dot CSV. Okay, so we need to write it. So the next step with, so here we go for giving the conditions. Okay, what is that? Format equal to CSV. Okay, what is the format? Format is CSV. So here we need to enter whatever the format that is extracted from the extractor, we need to enter the format. First row, okay, equal to 2, comma. So the next step is field terminator, okay, field terminator equal to, so it is the terminator is comma. And next one is row terminator, row terminator, row terminator equal to, so we need to enter the code. Okay, what is that? 0x0d0a. Okay, this is the row terminator. And the next one is code page. Okay, so we have some Unicodes, if you remember. Okay, we would have some Unicodes. So when you in the Power BI, when you open the file and you see that when you try to click on the CSV file, you see on the top, okay, what is the delimitation and all. So here also the same thing. So tab lock equal to, so tab lock, okay, not equal to. So let me go for tab lock, LOCK. Okay, the next one is max errors equal to 0, then close the bracket. So by this, what happens? So whatever the data that is existing, okay, it is going to get inserted into, so let me click on execute. Okay, whatever the data that is existing in the file, now you see 5,000 records are being inserted from the CSV file, from the hospital raw CSV file into the whatever the data warehouse that we created, okay, into this staging layer. Okay, into this staging layer. Okay, so how do we check this? So we can check it by select the star from, let me check whether we got the data or not. Select the star from this table. Let me click on execute. When we checked previously, so it has shown empty. Okay, now we got the data. Okay, now we got the data. So this is what the bulk insert. Okay, so let me go here. The first one, extracting the data. Okay, let me put it in review. Staging layer, yes, let me put it in review. And the next one is bulk insert. Yes, it is completed. Audit control, yeah, we need to handle the audit control. Okay, we need to handle the audit control. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So what is the next step? The next step is audit control. Okay. The step 4 is, or 5 is, okay, is it the step 5? Let me go and check. Step 5, yeah. Step 5 is audit control. What do we have in the audit control? So we can have the load control. Okay, we can have the load control. So what is the status of the load? Okay, so what is the load name? So we can have load name. So when it is started, when it is ended, okay, when we triggered, okay, we have the jobs in the real time. Okay, so we schedule the refresh to get the data from the staging layer. or from the extractor every day or every week. So there are a couple of things, okay? Incremental load. So we have something called as incremental load or batch loading, or we will also have full load, okay? So every month they schedule, okay? These are all scheduled. Again, these are all scheduled, okay? Every day, maybe every day or every week or every month, or once a week, once a day, once a week, once a month. Okay, it can be once a week, once a month. Okay, at the time of schedules. Okay, what do we have at the time of scheduling this job? Whether it is loaded successfully, do we have any failures? Okay, when it is started, when it is ended, what is how many rows are inserted? Okay, rows inserted. How many rows are rejected? Okay, how many rows are rejected? Do we got any error message? So these are all we need to enter the data. So what do we need to do? So let me go for creating the object. The object already we created the object. Object underscore ID. Open the bracket. Open the bracket. So what do we need to do here? Audit dot load control. Okay, audit dot load control. Close the bracket. Is null. Okay, if it is null, so what do we need to do? Create a table. So we are creating a table called as audit dot load control. Okay, audit dot load control. Audit dot load control. Open the bracket. We need to enter the column names. Okay, what is that first and foremost column? Load ID. So what do we need to do? We will go for giving the integer as an identity. Automatically, it is going to give the numbering. Identity represents. So it is going to give the allocate the numbers. Okay, primary key. So it is a primary key. The next one is load name. Okay, so here we go for writing variable character. Okay, so here we will enter. Okay, so not null. The next one is source system. Source system. So here also we go for variable character and we can enter the number of characters that we are going to make, not null. Okay. Next one after the source system. Okay. Started at. When it is started. Okay. The next one is completed at. Completed at. And the next one is started at and completed at. So how many rows are read? Rows read, rows rejected. Okay. Yes, if it is rejected, what is the load status? What is the load status? And what is the error message? Okay, what is the error message? So what do we do here? So here we go for writing the constraint ck underscore load control underscore status. Okay, so what do? We go for checking the load status in load status in whether it is a running, whether it is a success, whether it is failed, or whether it is in rollback. Okay, rolled back. So whether it is going into the previous stage or not, previous position, previous edits. Okay, so this is what we have it. Okay, same thing with rejected records, same thing with data quality results. So what do I do? And we will also enter the data. Okay, so let me get it. Okay, let me get it over here. So what are we trying to do here? Okay, there is nothing, don't worry about the code. Okay, so we are trying to create the first and foremost thing is that we are trying to create the load control. So we are giving the number of columns that we want to see, whether it is a running. Okay, check whether it is a running, success, failed, rolled back. So this is the default checking point. Okay, load status default it is running. Okay, the next one. Okay, what do we do with the next one? The next one is rejected records. So how many? What is the rejected ID? What is the load ID? What is the code of the? What is the description column name? Okay, offending value rejected at, this is the time, okay, when it is rejected. Next one is data quality, DQ results. What is the data quality? What is the result ID, test code, tester name, what is the layer, expected value, actual value, okay? Row failed test result. So run at default time, okay? So again, what we are trying to do, we are trying to insert the data. So how are we inserting the data? The same thing, value, CSV to stage. What is the source system? Oracle ERP. How many records? 5,000 records. Okay. Load status completed. It goes with this, and load status success. What is the time? It is going to take the system time. Okay. And what is the load ID? So it is going to take the maximum load ID from the load control. And what is the source file name? Hospital underscore raw dot CSV. Okay. And we will run this. Let me click on execute this. If you see here, what kind of output that we have got. Okay, what is this load name? CSV to stage. What is the system? Oracle ERP. When it is started, okay, so it is taking, it started at, okay, 10/8/2026, completed at the same timing. I mean, okay, as it is a 5,000, only 5,000 records. So that is the reason it completed quickly. But when we deal with 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 millions of data, okay, so it takes a lot of time, half an hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Okay, it is going to take a lot of time to complete the loading. Okay, how many rows are read? 5,000 rows. How many rows are inserted? 5,000 rows are inserted. So any rejected rows? No. What is the load status? Success. And what is the error message? Null. If we have any errors, okay, if we have any errors, so here we are going to get the error message. Okay, here we are going to get the error message. So what is the next thing that we completed? So we also completed the audit control. Okay, we also completed the insertion of audit control. So what do we need to do? So let me also bring it down into the completed status. Okay, so let me also from review. So let me also put it into the completed status. So in the interview, you are going to get a question. So how many days? So what is the duration of the project? So I can suggest you, I can strongly say that you can explain that. So it's a longer project. So what are all there are many stages in the project. Okay. What are all the stages? Stage 1, stage 2, there are 20, 25 stages. Each stage, you can say that it took 1 to 1.5 months. You can at least say that you can put this project for at least 2 to 3 years of the bigger project, because you are handling, you are not a BI developer, you are a data analyst. Okay, you are also handling the ETL, okay, ETL process also. Okay, what we did, so we also completed the stage 2. Okay, we also completed the stage 2. What is the next step? Stage 3. Okay, what is that? Stage 3. So data warehouse and modeling. Okay, what is the stage 3? Architecture and engineering, it completed. The C, data warehousing and data modeling. So what do we have? So we inserted the data. We have the data in the staging layer. Okay, so it is holding the data, entire data. If that extractor has 1 million records, yes, it is going to hold the 1 million record. If it has 10 million records, yes, it is going to hold the 10 million records. Or if it has 100 million or 1 billion records, yes, it is going to hold the 100 billion records or 100 million records. What is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? The next step is, where is that? Stage 4, I think. Stage 3. Is it the stage? Stage 3, yes. Yes, it is the stage 3. What do we have in the stage 3? Data warehouse design, the first one. Okay. Staging layer to ODS layer. Okay, let me write it down. Let me put all the task in here. Okay, here what do we need to do? Let me click on this. Okay, data warehouse design. The next one is stage 2 ODS layer. The third one is ODS, stage 2 ODS. Okay, I think second and third one looks same thing. Next one, normalization. And we need to design the star schema. And after that, after designing the star schema, we need to load the data into the another layer, or maybe we can have it in the same layer. Defining the dimension and fact table. And the last step is validation test. Okay, we would be having certain validations, whether the data loaded correctly or not from the raw data. So that is what we need to check. Okay, so this is about the third stage. In this session, we will discuss about the next concept called as a normalization. So in general, in the organization, so the Scrum or the Jira is divided with a story and a task. Okay, story and the task. So they allocate some hours, the time duration in each and every story. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 are the stories. And whatever you see the task, these are all the, whatever you see in the in progress, these are all the tasks. In the task, what do we see? We see the number of hours. So 8 hours, 10 hours, okay. It is, the project is divided into the stages, and the stages are divided or separated into the bits and chunks, so that it would be easy for them, for us to track and monitor what we are doing and where we are till now, till today. Okay, this is the reason each and every organization, they use their own methodologies to track and monitor the project and the task. So what is the next thing? So the next thing is the data warehousing and modeling. Okay, so what we did, so actually, so we have inserted, we have used the bulk insert. Okay, what is the procedure that we followed? Bulk insert. Okay, from the bulk insert, what we did, so the data is stored in one layer called as a staging layer. The data is stored in a layer called as a staging layer. What does this data contains? It contains the raw data. Okay, whatever the data that is coming from the source. Okay, maybe into the bulk insert, so it comes from the source, whatever the source it is. Okay, whatever the source it is. And what we discussed, how did we insert? Bulk insert is happened by an extractor called as a BIP extractor. Okay, in the interview, if you get a question, what is the extractor that you used? Okay, BIP extractor. So based on this BIP extractor, the data is loaded, the data is inserted, okay, into any drive. Okay, it is inserted into any drive. Okay, bulk insert, any drive, or whatever the data source or whatever the storing procedure, whatever the storage that each and every organization has, that it gets. Okay, and after that bulk insert, okay, what we did, so we have took that into the staging layer. So based on the bulk insert, so we took that into the, or we stored that into the, we transformed that into the staging layer. Okay, what does the staging layer contains? Staging layer contains the complete raw data. Okay, what do we have? The staging layer. This is the staging layer. Okay, this is the staging layer. Or let me take anything, any table, let me have. Okay, we can do one thing. Okay, let me try getting something like this. Did we get, I think no. Okay, so in the staging layer, what do we have? We have 49 columns. So in the staging layer, the data, so we have 49 columns. So how does the 49 columns look like? Okay, let me open this. Okay, what do we have in here? So ignoring the first row, okay, we have from the, so here we have 49 records. Okay, here we have, sorry, 49 columns. So what do I do? Let me go for taking this as a, make a copy. and create a copy at the end. Okay, so let me check. Did we get a copy at end? Let me check. No, we haven't got. So let me. Okay, here we got it. So what do we need to do? Let me delete the first row. Okay. So what do we have here? So we have a record ID, fiscal year. I think this would be some table. Okay. And if you see here, this is a blood group. Okay. Here, if you see, we have a city and all these information. Okay. All the data, the complete 5,000 records or 5 million records, everything is included in here, and 49 columns are included in here. For example, tomorrow. Okay. For example, tomorrow. So there is a change in the doctor specialization. Okay, Venkat Subram. Okay, so this doctor, we need to change the specialization from cardiology to something. Okay, dentist, for example, cardiology to dentist. Okay, we need to take this off. Cardiology to dentist. Or we need to change this or he did something masters or he improved himself and he's also into the neurology, for example. Neurology. Someone, I mean, he improved, and other doctors also, they have got a more. He's into another department also. Okay, but the thing is that wherever there is a Dr. Venkat Subram, okay, the department name should be changed. Okay, wherever there is a Dr. Venkat Subram, okay, the department name need to be changed. Probably. So what I do, I can let me go for checking Venkat Subram and let me click on this. So there are around 337 records based on this Venkat Subram. Okay, so 337 records should be changed in the 5,000 records. Okay, the first and foremost problem is whenever there is a change in any one of the columns, so 337, now it is a simple 5,000 records. Okay, it can be easily monitored, tracked. But when you work in the real time, okay, this would be in the real time. So you work in 1 million records, 10 lakhs, or 20 million records, 2 crores. Okay, so how do you handle at the time of those scenarios? Okay, this is the first problem that we have. The second problem, okay, what is the second problem that we have is, so whenever we try to search, for example, I would like to search by the department only cardiology. I would like to filter, okay, in the SQL statement. What do? I will go for writing select to doctor name specialization, comma department name, where department name equal to cardiology. So I'm trying to only look into the cardiology condition. Okay. When I looked into the cardiology condition, I should get the Venkat Subram doctor name. But there is a combination of, okay, what is that? Cardiology, comma, neurology. Okay, what is this? Cardiology, comma, neurology. So what is the problem here? Here comes the first normalization. Okay, here comes the first normalization. What is the first normalization? If you see here, 49 columns. So we have the complete data in here. So what do we need to do? The 49 columns should be, okay, the 49 columns should be divided into, okay, or separated into different types of tables. Okay, different types of different tables. Okay, so what are all those? So each and every, what do we have in here? So we can go for different types of tables. Okay, so what we can do here, so here let me go for a branch table, and the next one is department table, and the next one is what we can say, we can go for patients table. Next one is employee table. For example, if we have employee, yes, we can go for employee table. Next one is, let me check what do we have in here. Okay, lab table. So what is that? Lab table. And the next one is, what do we have? Direct billing table. Okay, billing table. So whatever you see, all these, okay, branch department, okay, branch department, and the next one is lab, employee lab. These are all called as a dimension tables. Okay, dimension table. Whatever you see the billing, okay, it is called as a fact table. Okay, it is called as a fact table. So if I want to change, for example, if I put something, okay, the first and foremost thing. So what is the problem that we face with the doctors and department? So if I go here, okay, what do I do? I will select these uh, three columns, for example. So what do I do? In the Excel, it is easy. So what do I do? I'll go and I'll delete this. So I'll select three columns. Okay. So I'll go to data. So click on remove duplicates. Okay. Let me click on OK. Now, if you see, there are 16 unique values. Okay. 4,985 duplicates are removed. So if you see here, yes, I said, so I would like to add tomorrow Venkat Subram. So the department is changed into the, I can go for writing neurology. So I can go and write neurology. Yes, wonderful. So here also the specialization is neurology, neurologist. Okay. So what is this? How simple it is? Okay. So there is no need of changing 337 records. So when I pulled the same doctor's information into another table, another sheet in the Excel, I'm able to change the column name, not the column name, or the data existing in the rows. Okay, we can easily change. Okay, we can easily change. So this is, okay, this is called as a changing the data, changing the table, or transforming the tables, so the main raw data into the dimension and fact tables. Okay, dimension and fact tables. So in order, how do we change those? Okay, how do we change those? We have a concept called as normalization. Okay, we have a concept called as normalization. You heard from your, after your graduation, you heard when you are trying to apply for the normalization, or when you are trying to apply for a job as a data analyst or a ETL developer or a Power BI developer or BI developer, you heard the term called as a normalization, but how, I don't know how many of you know what is a exact information about the normalization. Okay, and also in the job description you have seen that. So in one of the job description you have seen that you should be good at, or you should have a knowledge on the normalization. Okay, in the normalization there are three normal forms. The first and foremost thing is that 1NF. Okay, 1NF, 2NF, 3NF, and boys code, another one. Okay, fourth normalization. So if you see here, so we have in the Medicore's Oracle ERP writes every clinical billing and insurance fact data into a single table called as a hospital underscore raw data. Okay, so we have seen that Dr. Sharma or Dr. Venkat Subram. So there are 337 records existing in a single table. So if you want to make the changes, the first NF, 1NF is, you see these allergies. Okay, you see these allergies. So what do we have in the allergies? So we have something called as a penicillin, comma, latex. The next one is latex, and again penicillin, comma, latex. Okay, what 1NF says? This is 1NF. Okay, this is 1NF. Remember this. And the second one is, if you see, there is a D07, D07 doctors. Dr. Sharma and Dr. Sharma is repeated. Okay, this is 2NF. Doctor repeated on every row. That's perfect. 1NF is perfect. 2NF is also perfect. Here, if you see appointment date and a fiscal year. Okay, fiscal year computed from the date. Okay, what is that? 2024-06-12. Probably like 12th June 2024 is based on the fiscal year. Okay, fiscal year is dependent on the appointment date. Remember this. Okay, what is that? Fiscal year is dependent on the appointment date, where the fiscal year is being extracted from the appointment date, or maybe based on the calendar year. Okay, January, February, March till December. Okay, whatever the date that we have, it should be falling under so and so fiscal year. Remember that. Okay, what is 1NF? Two values are in one cell. First problem. Okay, there is a comma separated two words or two values in a single cell. Okay, the second one is the doctor name or the records in the column are repeated. Okay, 2NF is that doctor repeated on each and every row. Okay, the 3NF is a column is dependent on another column. Okay, dependency. So you can say 3NF is a dependency. So what is the normalization? A normalization is a process of repetition, removing repetition from a table by splitting into smaller tables so that every fact is stored exactly one. Okay, this is the main definition. Normalization is the process of removing repetition from a table by splitting it into smaller tables so that in the fact table, okay, everything is stored exactly one. Three kinds of repetition. Okay, three rules applied in order: 1NF, then 2NF, then 3NF. Each form assumes the previous one holds. Okay, now let us see the first normal form. Okay, the first normal form. What is the first normal form or 1NF is a cell holds one thing, not a list. Okay, if you see something in the row, if two words are separated by a comma, then that is a problem. Okay, so it's called as a list. Okay, it's called as a list. So not repeating columns like allergy 1, allergy 2, allergy 3. If you see here, there are two patients, Ramesh, Anita. Okay, so what do we have in the allergies? So in a single cell, there are two allergies, penicillin, comma, latex. Okay, penicillin, comma, latex. So it is going to violate 1NF. So what is the main definition of 1NF? Each and every record holds single item. Okay, single word, single whatever the data that is holding by the column, it should hold that. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to convert this into this. Okay, patient ID and allergy name. Okay, patient ID is being divided or separated. Primary key is both columns. A composite key P0234 appears twice. Latex appears twice. Okay, so this is when we try to query this, where allergy name equal to penicillin, we are going to get this data. Okay, we are going to get this data. So that is 1NF. Each row should hold one recorded data. Okay, one thing only. That is first NF. The second NF. Okay, what is the second NF? Every non-key column, okay, every non-key column must depend on the whole key. Okay, this only has a teeth when the key is composite. Okay, what is this? So depends on means if I tell you this, can you determine that? Okay, doctor ID should determine the doctor information. It should not, doctor ID should not determine the patient's information or the department information. Okay, doctor ID, doctor name, appointment ID, appointment date. Okay, so D07 alone tells Dr. Sharma you never needed the appointment or the patient. Partial dependency. Okay, so what is that? What is that? Let us go directly over here. Okay, let us go directly over here. So if you see here, okay, if you see here, appointment ID, doctor name, and the specialization. What is this? Dr. Sharma repeated 330 times in a single table out of 5,000 records. Dr. Sharma repeated 330 times, or whatever the table, whatever the doctor's information that you take, it would be repeating in the 49 columns in the 5,000 records. So what is the second NF? Okay, each and every record hold a unique data. Okay, each and every record should hold the unique data. Tomorrow, when I'm trying to change the cardiology into something else, so it would be very difficult for me to change everything in a 5,000 records. So in order to overcome, what we try to do, we will implement 2NF. Second normal form. Okay, second normal form. Okay, so why second normal form? When we try to update anything, so we need to update all the 330 records. First thing to remember. For example, when we try to insert any data, we need to insert after 5,000 rows, we want to insert another 100 rows. Okay, then there would be a problem. Okay, then there is a problem. And when we try to delete this, okay, I would like to delete I need to delete 330 records of the Dr. Sharma's records. That's a problem. Okay, I need to check. If I miss any condition, the Dr. Sharma data would retain in that 5,000 records. Okay, in order to overcome that, what do? We divide that into a dimension table so that I can directly delete the record of the Dr. Sharma. Or if we divide that, if we separate that into a dimension table and I want to change the specialization, yes, one record changes is enough. So that would automatically affect in the, what is that, fact table. Okay, we can also go for changing the department. We can also go for changing the specialization. So update anomaly, insert anomaly, and the delete anomaly, these three anomalies would cause when everything is in a single table. So that is the reason 2NF comes into picture. Okay, 2NF comes into picture. What is the third normal form? Okay, third normal form is simply I can say dependency. Okay, third normal form is, in the layman terminology, is dependency. What is the dependency? Okay, the rule is a non-key column must not depend on another non-key column, which is a transitive. Okay, transitive means dependency travels through a middleman. What is that? What exactly it is? Appointment determines the appointment date. Okay, what is that? The chain. We have something called as a what is that? We studied in our school days. Okay, A equal to B. Okay, B equal to C. B equal to C. Automatically A equal to C. Okay, we have studied some. Okay, in the mathematics, appointment is dependent on the appointment date. Determines appointment date. And again, the same thing. Appointment date is determining the fiscal year. Okay, determining the fiscal year. Fiscal year does not depend on the appointment, but fiscal year do not depend on the appointment. Okay, it depends on the date. Yes, fiscal year depends on the appointment date, which depends on the appointment again. Oh, you see how beautiful it is. Okay, what we discussed, do not get confused with the 3NF. Simple, straightforward, with whatever the example that we have. Appointment determines the appointment date. Wonderful. But fiscal year, okay, fiscal year is determined by the appointment date. But the thing is that there is a dependency of the appointment and the fiscal year. So we need to remove that. We need to make sure that there should not be any dependency. Why there should not be any dependency? For example, okay, when we go for, let me simply explain you this. Okay, so what is today? Okay, 13/08/2026. Okay, today's date, I got an appointment. Okay, for a dentist. Okay, for a dentist, I got an appointment. So this, if you go for taking a fiscal year from the calendar date. Okay, from the calendar date, what is that? Jan, February, March is the Q1. Okay, whatever the fiscal year. Okay, so it falls under 2000 or whatever the fiscal date. Okay, or fiscal month, fiscal period if you take. Okay, or whatever the calendar period or calendar year if you take. So it falls under 2026 till 2027. For example, someone tried changing the date. Okay, you understand the concept. Okay, someone tried changing the date. So when someone tried changing the date from 2000, so August to September, October. Oh, probably this is a Q3. Okay, August is a Q3, quarter three, and it falls under eighth calendar period. But someone changed it into ninth month. But they did not change the fiscal year. Okay, they changed the date, but they did not change the fiscal year or calendar period or fiscal period. So then there is a problem. How does this date fall into Q3 or Q4 or the fiscal year or calendar year? There is a difference between the appointment date and the fiscal year column. So this is called as a transitive dependency. So what 3NF is saying that a non-key column should not depend on the another non-key. Okay, so what do we need to do? We should have appointment and appointment date in a single column, and fiscal year should be in another table. Okay, fiscal year should be another table. So that is the reason 3NF comes into picture. There should not be any dependency. Okay, so what is this? Simply let me define simply. Okay, let me define this simply. Appointment depends on the appointment date. Okay, appointment date determines the fiscal year. Automatically, it is like a equal to C. So indirectly, appointment is depending on the fiscal year. Okay, indirectly. So if you take appointment as A, appointment date as B, A equal to B, appointment date B equal to fiscal year C, automatically fiscal year is equal to appointment. So in order to overcome this, we should come out of dependency. Okay, third normal form has come into picture. So what is going on here? If you see the result, what do we do here? Okay, we go for changing the tables into departments, doctors, branch, insurer, patient's table, patient's allergy, patient policy, and the next one is appointment table. What is the lab results, prescription, and the last one is bill. Okay, last one is bill. So what do we have? Doctor into doctor table, department table, branch table, dim insurer, and dim patients. Okay, this is what. And simply here, if you see what is the definition? If you see here, the definition is 1NF is one value per cell. Simple, straightforward. Okay, list should be removed. If it is a comma separated, value is being comma separated, then that is called as a list. Okay, 2NF depend on the whole key. Okay, there should not be any duplicates, any redundancy. 3NF no non-key to another non-key. Okay, or transitive columns. So this is what the normalization. Okay, this is what the normalization. So now what do we need to do? The next step is we need whatever the data that is existing in the staging layer. Okay, whatever the data that is existing in the staging layer, the staging layers data. Okay, what do we have? Okay, staging layers data. Okay, staging layers data. 5,000 records. Okay, 5,000 records and 49 columns. Okay, should be separated. Should be separated into dimension and fact tables. Okay, dimension and fact tables. So how do you do that? Let us see that. So first and foremost thing is that let me get into the Medicore database. Okay, always remember when you try to work on the SQL queries or whatever the database that you use, and you are trying to write some query or the code and you forgot to write it in the same database that it is existing, then you see the errors. Okay, so what we are trying to do here, so we would do first and foremost thing is that declare at the rate load ID as integer. Okay, as integer. Okay, so what we are trying to do, so here we go for insert into audit. So we would insert into audit dot load control. Okay, so we would mention load name comma source system, load name comma source system. So I think you probably you just got something. Okay, you just got something like when you went with the incremental load. Okay, you remember this kind of a statement that we did. Okay, this kind of a statements, this kind of a query that we created when we tried creating the what is that the tables watermark table, if you remember. Okay, the next thing is that Oracle. So we are trying to define that Oracle ERP. Close the bracket. Okay, so what do? We go for next set at the rate load ID equal to scope identity, scope underscore identity. Okay, don't worry about the query. We will see that. Okay, we will see that. The first and foremost thing when you see from the ERP table, the first and foremost thing is that out of these information ERP system, the first table that we need to create is branch data. Okay, branch table. The first thing that we need to separate is branch table. Okay, so what do? The first table is branch table. Okay, so what do we need to do? So simple, straightforward. Insert into. Okay, insert into. What do? ODS dot branch. So we are trying to create a table called as ODS dot branch. So here what do we define? We define branch code, comma, branch name, comma. So what is the city where this city is located? Load ID. Okay, what do? I mean, load ID is something like it is used for controlling, I mean, audit control. So when it is loaded, what is the load name? What is the source system? Okay, what is the time of the load? So we will get all this information. So what do we need to do? The next step, select distinct. Okay, what do we need to do? Select distinct. So we need to follow the normalization concept. If you want to follow the normalization concept, what do we need to understand is we need to take the distinct branch code. Okay, what is the first and foremost thing is that let me go for taking control. Okay, let me go here and if I click on remove duplicates, okay, the distinct branch codes are 2, 3, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all the distinct branch codes. Okay, these are all the distinct branch codes. So what do we do here? Okay, we will go for L trim, comma, R trim. Okay, why do we need to go this? For example, if there are, okay, if there are the leading or trailing spaces before the quotes and after the quotes, it will be removed. Okay, before and after the quotes, it will be removed. Okay, before and after the quotes, it will be removed. Okay, let me go for comma. So what is the next thing that we can go? We can enter something like this. Okay, Medicore. Okay, Medicore plus. Okay, again we can go for L trim. Okay, again we can go for L trim, comma, null, comma, at the rate load ID. At the rate load ID. So we automatically get the load ID. So here what do we do? Where we are trying to select? So we are trying to select it from the stage stg dot hospital raw data. Okay, S. Okay, when we enter the name, alias name, now the errors are being removed. Okay, now the errors are being removed. Okay, so what happens at this moment? So whatever the table, whatever we have, okay, the data that is existing, 5,000 records, it is going to pick only the, okay, it is going to pick, okay, let me click on execute this. Okay, it is going to pick the complete data. Okay, it is going to pick the branch data. So what are all the data that we have it in here? Okay, so it is going to take the branch code. Okay, branch code, this is the branch code, and branch name. We are defining branch name. City, do we have the city? Let me check. I think we do not have the city. Okay, and what is the next thing? Load ID. And what we are trying to do, left trim and right trim. If there is a leading space before the branch code and the trailing space after the branch code, it will be removed. And the next one, what we are trying to do, Medicore plus. Okay, it is going to take Medicore plus branch code. Okay, that is what this query does. Okay, that is what this the branch code. It is going to accept only the branch details. Yes, after the branch, what do we need to do? What do we have in here? Department branch, and after that we have the department. Okay, the next table is department. Next table is department. So here also the same thing, insert into, okay, ODS dot. Okay, what is the table name? Department. ODS dot department. So here we are going to write department ID, department name, comma, load ID. Close the bracket. Okay, we are trying to insert these three columns. Okay, and what do we need to do? We have inserted, we need to select the columns from that particular table. Okay, select distinct, open the bracket. Here also what we can do, here we can go for writing something distinct. Okay, try underscore cast. What does it mean? Try underscore cast. If you remember from the previous session, okay, so when we got from the bulk insert, okay, when we tried creating the table, okay, when we tried creating the table, at the time of inserting the values into the table, if you remember, we entered everything in a variable character. Okay, we entered everything. Okay, when we tried creating the constraint, when we tried giving the data type to all the 49 columns, if you remember, we created with a nulls and the variable characters in varchar. So here what we are trying to do, we are trying to try cast. Casting means converting the data type from one data type to another data type. Okay, s dot department ID into integer. Okay, into integer. Close the bracket. And the next one is, okay, here what we do, we go for again L trim. So let me go for taking L trim, R trim, department code. That's it. Okay, L trim, R trim. So what do? We go for department name, or we can go for department name. Don't worry. Department name. And again here what do we do? At the rate load ID. At the rate load ID. Okay. So here we went with department name. Okay. So if we have any nulls, okay, for example, we have nulls in the department name. Okay. So how do we fix the nulls in the department name? So here what do? We go for null if. Okay. If there are nulls in the department name, you replace that nulls with the blank. Simple. Okay. You replace that nulls with blank in the department. So what do we need to do? The next thing is that we can go for from stg dot hospital. Let me copy it from here. From stg dot hospital. So what happens? So here we are trying to take the department ID, department name, load ID, and we are trying to try cast the department from variable character to the integer, and we are trying to consider the department name. Okay, department ID, department name. Probably there is no department code, so that is the reason we are not taking that. What is the next one? Next table is doctor's table. Doctor table. What is the drawback of doctor table? So here the main problem is 2NF. What is the 2NF? The doctor's name is repeating. Okay, each and every doctor name is repeating. Okay, we need to fix the 2NF fix over here. Okay, so what do we do here? We will go for taking the Okay, here we will go for taking. So here we will go for taking select. Okay, so what do we do? Here we will directly go for taking select L trim. So here also we will go for taking L trim, R trim. Okay, L trim, R trim. So doctor ID. Doctor ID. L trim, R trim, doctor ID as doctor. So we can define the name also as doctor ID. Okay, comma. Again, what do we do? We go for try underscore cast. Probably like doctor name, we would be changing our consultation fee. Okay, we also have something called as a consultation fee. Consultation fee INR. Okay, as decimal. Okay, as decimal. Decimal because it was in variable character. Okay, let me name this as fee. Okay, as fee. So here what do? We go for partition the data. Okay, here we will go for partition the data. So why do we need to go for partition the data? We will go for partitioning this by the doctor ID. Okay, we will go for partition this by doctor ID. So how do we partition this? We will go for row underscore number. Okay, row underscore number over. So we will go for partition by. Okay, again we will go for L trim, R trim, doctor ID by doctor ID. Okay, and we will go for order by count. Okay, order by count star. Okay, in the descending order, comma. Again, what do? We try cast as an integer, as a decimal. Okay, try cast as a decimal. Let me put it down. Okay, let me put it down. So what do we do? The next thing from staging layer. Okay, again we will go for stg dot hospital underscore raw. Okay, stg dot hospital underscore. So here what we can do? We can go for s dot s dot s dot. So this is about the doctor's table. Okay, this is about the doctor's table. You don't worry. You don't worry about the what is that? Okay, you don't worry about the query. Okay, now the important thing is what is the procedure? Okay, now the important thing is that what is the procedure and what is the process? So in the interview, they would definitely ask you what is the process, how the data travels, how the data gets in here, what is the architectural flow. So they would ask all this information, but don't worry about that. Okay, so this is the doctor's data. Don't worry about the what do you say, the information, the errors. Okay, we have the errors. Okay, let me go for s dot. Okay, so we defined alias. We need to enter the same thing over here. I think probably if you are missing any the closing of the brackets, so there we will also get. Okay, here we are missing the comma. Okay, now you see now it is being removed. So we need to be careful at the time of writing the code by giving the comma or not. Okay, the next table is okay after the doctors we would have the table insurer. 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 So what do we have in the insurer? So what? So let us go for insert into. Insert into. So we will go for ODS dot insurer. ODS dot insurer. So here we will go for writing insurer name comma load ID. Okay, insurer came name. So here what do we do? So here we will go for select distinct. Select distinct. Okay, so here also the same thing, L trim, R trim, open and close the bracket, S dot insurance provider. Insurance provider, close the bracket. okay, comma, @load ID. Okay, so what is the table name? From the staging layer. Okay, from the staging layer. Okay, from the staging layer. So this is what we can simply define the insurance provider name and the load ID. Okay, insurance provider name and the load ID. Okay, so what is the next table? Okay, what is the next table? The next table is patients table. Okay, patients table. So what do we have in the main thing is that duplication of the patients. Okay, we have something called as a duplicate patient IDs. Okay, we have something called as a duplicate patient IDs. In the patient ID, we should have all the information. Okay, what are all the information? Let us see that. Select, and let me go for taking the LTRIM stream. Okay, LTRIM stream. Okay, here what do? We go for patient ID. Patient ID. Okay, close the bracket as patient ID, comma. So what is the next thing? Again, LTRIM stream. Okay, patient name. Patient name. So here also we can go for writing patient name. Patient name. And next one, try cast. Try underscore cast. So what do we have in the patient? Okay, we have something called as a date of birth. Okay, patient date of birth. Convert. Try converting the variable, okay, in varchar into the date format. Okay, what is the target type? Okay, date, comma. What is the column name? Date of birth. Okay, date of birth, comma. So how many number of characters that we need to have? Let me go for giving the 23, 24, okay, whatever it is, as date of birth. As date of birth. Now what is that? Okay, here we can write the conditions. For example, while inserting the table, here we can write the conditions. Okay, what is the condition? We can go for writing whether it is a gender. Okay, we can go for writing the gender, but let us not get into that. We can ignore that. So here what do? We go for getting the blood group. Okay, so what we can do? We can go for the same thing, LTRIM, RTRIM, S dot blood group. Okay, blood group. Okay, blood group as blood group. Blood group. Okay, so here we need to close another bracket. Okay, don't worry. Another bracket. Same thing, we go by the phone number. Okay, we go by the phone number. So let me go with the same thing. So here we will go by the phone number, give the comma. So here let me rename this as phone, and let me name this as a phone. After that, we will go for writing. The next one is email. Okay, here also let me go for writing email. And the next one is address. Okay, next one is address. So here also address. Okay, and the last one is city. Okay, last one is city. This is the patient's city. Okay, this is the patient's city. City as city. From we need to write the name. Okay, whatever the table that we are picking, we need to go for taking the city name. Okay, the name of the table. Okay, so we got the errors. We can ignore. Don't worry. Patient ID. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. So we will see that. Okay. So what is the next thing? Okay, patient's data is also inserted. Okay, the next thing is that, okay, patient allergy. Okay, patient allergy. So what is the main problem here? So we have 1NF. So each cell has two values, comma separated values. Okay, so what do we need to do? We will go for writing insert into, okay, ODS dot patient allergy table. So we need to pick the patient patient ID, comma, allergy name, comma, load ID, load ID. Open the bracket, close the bracket. So what do we need to do? Select distinct. Okay, select distinct. So here also we will go for L trim, right trim. Okay. So here also we will go for patient ID, patient ID. Okay, comma. So again we will go for L trim, right trim, v dot value, v dot value, and the next one is at the rate load, load ID. Okay, from the table name. So what is the table name? Stage. Okay, from the table name. Okay, wonderful. Okay, till here it is wonderful. But the thing is that we have the value. So how do we need to split that? Okay, how do we need to split that? We have something called as a cross apply. Okay, cross apply. We have a function called as string split. Okay, which is used to split. Okay, string. Why? Okay, if you remember in the Power BI, we have something called as a split the column by delimiter. When we click on the delimiter, it is automatically getting splitted. But here you can't have, you do not have something called as a options to split. We have a function, we have a command inbuilt function called as a string split. It takes the two parameters. The first parameter is the column s dot allergy, s dot allergies, comma. How do you want to split it? Okay, we need to give the comma. Close the bracket. Okay, we name this as a value. V. Okay, we name this as a value. Now, if you see, it automatically splits wherever it sees, wherever there is a in the patient in the allergy column, wherever there is a comma separated two values in a cell, it is going to get splitted. Okay, it is going to get splitted. So this is about the patient allergy. Okay, this is about the patient allergy. The next table is patient policy. Patient policy. Okay, what do we need to do? Insert into ODS dot patient policy. Okay, so what do we need to mention here? So here we will go for a patient ID, comma, patient ID. Oh, sorry, patient policy. Okay, let me directly go with select. Okay, select. So here we will go with L trim R trim again. Okay, L trim R trim. Patient ID. Okay, patient ID as patient ID. Patient ID. Let me close one more bracket. Okay. So here we are discussing about the policy. So here what do we need to do? We need to enter the policy. Okay. What is that policy number? Policy number as policy number. Policy number. Again, the next one is I dot insurance ID insurer. Okay. I dot insurer ID. Insurer ID. Okay. Comma. Okay. What do we need to do here? So here we need to try cast. Okay. Try underscore cast. Try cast. Okay, what do we need to do here? We need to cover the coverage. Okay, coverage limit. Coverage limit INR as decimal. As decimal. So what is the scale and what is the precision? Okay, 12 numbers, 2 decimals. Okay, 12 comma 2 represents that. Okay, as coverage limit. Coverage limit. Here, if you see, we are also changing the name coverage limit INR into coverage limit. Okay, from the same table name called as a hospital table. Okay, from same table called as a hospital table. I think we got one error over here. Yes, I dot insurer ID. Okay, we need to join this. Yes, we need to join this. Okay, so how do we join this? We can go for join, Okay, what is the table name? So previously we created that ODS dot insurer. Okay, ODS dot insurer. I on insurance name and insurance provider. Okay, we will go with insurance insurer name. Sorry, insurer name equal to S dot insurance provider. Do we have that insurance provider? Insurance provider. Okay, we did not create that. Did we create the insurer table? Yeah, here we have the insurer table. Let me go for taking the same thing over here. Okay, so here let me paste it. Okay, here we are trying to take this. Okay, this is defined ambiguous. Okay, so this is how we join the tables. Okay, this is how we join the tables. So it is taking the patient's policy. Okay, it is taking the patient's policy. What is the next table? Okay, what is the next table? So the next table is appointment table. Okay, next table is appointment table. Appointment table. Okay, appointment table. Just a second. Yes, here we got one error. So S is repeated twice. Okay, let me take this one. So that is the reason we got the error. Yes. Now we completed the patient policy. The next step is appointment table. Okay. So what do we have in the appointment table? So we can select the same thing, L trim, R trim. Okay, let me select it till S dot. L trim, R trim. So what do we need to do? We need to go for, or we can directly go for appointment ID. Appointment ID. Okay, appointment ID as appointment ID. The same thing. We can give the same name. Okay, appointment ID, comma. So same thing. Okay. So what do I do? Let me go for directly taking the query from okay, from here. So we can go for taking the same query over here. Okay. So what we are trying to do? So here we are trying to do the left trim. We are trying to consider the patient ID, doctor's ID, department ID. What is the branch code? What is we are trying to convert the appointment date into the date format, appointment time into the time format. What is the appointment status? We are trying to convert that into the lower case. Okay, whether it is in progress, pending, or whatever. What is the next thing? Chief complaint. What is the main complaint they are giving? What is the problem they have? And what is the diagnosis? Okay, we are using null if. When we are trying to use null if the column has the null, then replace that with a blank. So that is what null if. And here also we are trying to try cast this consultation fee INR into the decimal, ERP transaction ID, ERP module, and created by. Okay. So what do we need to do here? So we will directly go for from whatever the table that we have from data. Now you see, now the appointment table is also created. Okay. Appointment table is also created. What is the next step? Okay. What is the next step? The next step, next table is lab results. Lab results. I think based on the same concept, what do we do? We will also do the same thing. The only thing is that you need to know what kind of columns that you want to get it. Okay, what do you need to do when you try to go with anything? You need to know, you need to have all the column information. Okay, you need to have the column information so that you can push whatever the data that you have in the column into the table that you want to do. I mean, this is, you do not have a decision. We do not have a decision. It is decided by the architecture level. Okay, who decides that? Okay, which table? okay, should have what kind of a data? If a data is decided by the business or data architecture. Okay, data architecture. So we are also trying to cover architectural level of project. Okay, we are deciding which table should have what kind of a data. Yes, we all of us know that. Yes, till when we are dealing with the 49 columns, we understood what kind of a data that we have in here. Okay, patient name, patient ID. So what we understood: patient name, patient ID, date of birth, gender, blood group. Okay, this is related to the patient table. So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 or 8 columns are being divided into the patient table. Okay, we understood. Okay, yes, patient city also there. And if you see doctor department, doctor ID, here we see that something over here. Okay, doctor ID, doctor department into the doctor table. But into the doctor table, we did not, we can or we cannot, it's up to us whether we can have the consultation fee existing in the doctor table or not. We can decide it. Appointment into the appointment table. Okay, clinical information, lab information, okay, medicine information. What are all the charges that we have? So out of 49 columns, if you see the billing information, this should, we understood that, we know that there are two kinds of table, dimension and fact table. So we know that the dimension table, the textual information should be in the dimension information, the descriptive tables, and whatever the value that we see, medicine charges, discount amount, what is the GST amount that is applied, what is the total amount, okay, what is the duration, if we need, okay, if we want, we can have it in the fact table. Okay, we can have it in the fact table. So it is divided by the, it is separated by the fact dimension table. Okay, we also have something called as a master table. Master table is like a customer table, product table, patient table. These are all kind of a master table. Next one is a fact table. And what do we need to do? Columns. Okay, columns. How do we want to have the, how do we, I mean, this is decided by the business, by the way, decided by the business. Okay, decided by the business plus data architecture. Okay, data architecture. So next thing is the lab test. So what do we need to do in the lab test? So let me directly copy paste. I think we all of us know how we are able to get the lab test. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create a table called as a lab result. So these are all the information that we have in the lab results. Okay, lab charge load ID. We are trying to remove the, trimming the column. And if there is a null in the lab result, replace it with the blank. So here we are writing the case statement. Okay, if it is abnormal and if it is in a yes by true one, then make it as a 1. I mean, it is, if the is abnormal, whether it is in yes or y or true or 1, then make it as a 1. If it is no, n, false, 0, make it into 0. Okay, what is this called? Is abnormal. Where do we have that is abnormal? In here, let me go for checking. Lab, yes, abnormal. What do we have? Yes, no, yes. Okay, let me click on expanding this. Okay, yes, no. In future, someone try to enter y, or when someone try to enter true or something is 1, then we can make it into completely into 1. It is a kind of flag whether it is an abnormal or not. Okay, so this is what the lab results. Okay, we can get the data into the lab results. Next one is prescription. Okay, next one is prescription. Let me go for writing over here. Okay, prescription. Prescription. So what do we need to have in the prescription? We can go for entering the data. So what do we have? We can have the appointment ID, medicine. So here, and one more thing to remember, the data architecture decides, okay, the passage of data. passage of data or flow of the data from one table to another table. Another table. What is that? What does it mean? From one table to another table. Okay. So out of 49 columns, okay, out of 49 columns, we have, for example, if you see here in the lab results, you see in the lab results, you observe the columns that we have taken: appointment ID, test name, result value, reference range, is abnormal, lab charges, load ID. For example, I would also take the patient ID, for example. Okay, I should make a relation between the patient table and the lab results. Okay, so we can also add the lab, or what we can do, we can also add the patient ID. Patient ID. Okay, we can also have the patient ID. But the main thing is that why can't we add the patient ID is whether the data, whether it has a duplicates or not. Okay, whether it has duplicates or not. Duplicates or not. What is duplicates? Okay, what is duplicates? You got a question. So it is like associated, how many associated data? Okay, it is like how many associated data that a column, that a appointment ID is holding. Okay, appointment ID is holding. Okay, so that is the reason. So it is being divided. It's like a grain. I can simply say grain. What is a grain? Okay, simply grain means level of data. Okay, simply grain means level of data. For example, if you see a region table, what does the level of data it has? So region table has region, comma, country. So the level of data is country level data. Country level data. For example, if you take the city table, okay, what is the level of data that the city has? It has the city, it has the town, it has the village. Okay, so it has the data till village. And if you take the region and if you find out the village level data, you can't find the village level data in the region table. You can find the village level data in the city. So grain is nothing but what is the level of data that a table is holding. Okay, it is a level of data. So that is the reason, if you want to have the data architecture decides the passage of data in between all the tables. Okay, how it is getting connected. So here if you see appointment ID is the main column, it is a primary key because we are looking into the prescription. If the prescription table is a primary, if it holds the appointment ID, but the thing is that it is also holding the duration days, medicine charges. Probably it can have multiple records. Okay, probably it can have multiple records. So this is prescription. The next main thing is that, okay, the next main thing is that bill. Okay, bill data. The name itself sounds like a fact table. What we are trying to do here: appointment ID, consultation fee, medicine, okay, subtotal, payment status. Okay, everything is from the based on the appointment ID. What is the foreign key here? Appointment ID. Okay, this is the appointment ID. So these are all about the tables that we created. How many tables that we created from the beginning? Okay, from the beginning we created a branch table 1, department table 2, doctor table 3, insurer table 4, patient table 5, patient allergy 6, patient policy 7, appointment table 8, sorry 7, 8. Next one lab results 9. Next one prescription 10. Next one bill 11. So how many tables are there? There are 11 tables. 49 columns are divided into the 11 tables based on the granularity of the data. Okay, what is that? based on the granularity. Granularity in the sense grain, level of data. What is the level of data it is holding? Okay. So now what we did, okay, from, okay, what is the procedure? What is the flow here? The main thing is that the flow, okay, the flow is, okay, stage STG, okay, STG raw data, okay, raw data, which is a raw data holding 5,000 records, 5,000 records, 49 columns, okay, are splitted into 11 tables, okay, are splitted into 11 tables, okay. Many dimension, probably how many dimensions are there? Did we name this anything like this? Select bill, okay, we do not have anything. Didn't we name this? Okay, bill. Okay, so probably like, let me go scroll up and let's see how many are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8, 9. Okay, 9 of them, 9 or 10. Okay, okay, I think we have it in here. Okay, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are dimension table. Lab result, prescription, and bill are probably the fact table. 3 fact tables, 9 dimension tables. Okay, we split it. What is that? 3 fact, 3 fact, 9 dimensions. Okay, so this is about, now what do we need to do here? Let me go here, data warehouse. Let me put it in the, load the data into stage. ODS normalization, yes, it is completed. Okay, ODS, okay. Okay, till here we completed ODS normalization. Load ODS to DW schema. Let's see that. Okay, till here we completed data warehouse design. From stage we loaded it to the ODS, and also we implemented the normalization concept. Okay, so the second stage, I think third stage is we completed. Let me go and see here. Yes, I mean the third stage we completed. We need to go for the fourth stage. Okay, we will see that in the next session. Yes, I keep on speaking, but it would be in the same real time. We do a lot of research on this. The business decides, the data architecture decides, or the data engineer decides which table should have what kind of a data. Simple thing. Okay, so you got a question. So how do we get to know that which table should hold what kind of information? Yes, we see in the raw data we have it is being separated by the tables, but based on the keys, whatever the keys that we have, okay, so it is being decided by the business. Now let us get into the practical. So how do we implement the normalization in the industries? Okay, or in the SQL Server or whatever the platform that we use. Okay, the first and foremost thing is that whatever the database that we created, we must select that database. Okay, so after that, what do we need to do? We need to create the tables or whatever the drop the tables. Okay, so implementing the normalization, simple, straightforward. What is that? Implementation of normalization. I think we know how we have got the data. Okay, let us just go through the data that we have got. Okay, let us just revise. Okay, what we discussed till now. So what is that? There is an extractor. Okay, the data is generated from the ERP. From the ERP, there is an extractor. Okay, there is an extractor. ERP is the main source. Okay, Oracle ERP. So what is that ERP? In the interview, if you need to explain, you need to explain the same way. So what is the financial application that you use in your organization to get the data or whatever the billing section? Okay, you should say that Oracle ERP is the system that is used. So from the Oracle ERP, the complete medical data is generated. The hospital and medical data is generated. So what is the extractor? You would also get another question called as what is an extractor? So BIP is the extractor. From the BIP, okay, the data is stored, okay, the data is imported and the data is extracted in the CSV format. Okay, in the CSV format. So it contains all the information, all the whatever the columns, whatever the records it has, it will have all the information, all the data. From the CSV format, what we did, we pulled the same CSV format into a data warehouse. Okay, we pulled the same CSV format into the data warehouse in the staging layer. Okay, what is that layer? In the staging layer. So what does the staging layer has? Complete raw data. Okay, what does it has? Complete raw data. The staging layer has the raw data. And the next one, from the raw data, what we did? Okay, so we created the table. Okay, we pulled the same table into ODS layer, operational data store. Okay, staging is the name given by the organization. ODS is operational data store. It is also given by the organization. ODS is the next layer where it is used to divide. Okay, divide or separate the data, or whatever on top of the staging layer. What we did, we separated the tables. Okay, separated tables. Okay, we separated the tables. So we created the tables, and on after creating the tables, so we inserted the particular data, whatever the data that we have, we inserted that. Okay, that's well and good. And after the ODS, okay, what is the next step? Is normalization. Okay, the next step is implementing the normalization. Implementing the normalization. In the same normalization, what do we do? In the same normalization, what do we do? So we go for implementing the schema also. We implement the schema, we implement the constraints, we implement the constraints. If you want to implement the business calculation, yes, we can also implement the business calculations. Or I mean, business calculations can also be implemented at the time of getting the data or the final stage. Okay, the business calculations can also be implemented at the final stage. So from the normalization, okay, from the normalization, it can get into the data warehouse, or it can get into the dimension and fact tables. Okay, dimension and fact tables. So these are all that we discussed till now. I mean, before the normalization we discussed. So what is the first step is, for the safer side, okay, for the safer side, what do? We drop the tables. We drop the tables, and again we create it. Again we create it. Okay, so what do? We write a command called as drop table. If exist, okay, if exist ods.bill, which is, it is going to overwrite. Simply, what does it do? Overwrite. Okay, if we are trying to enter the new data, it is going to drop the table and it is going to enter the new data. So that is what we do. And then whatever the tables that we have, we need to enter the same thing. Okay, so let me go for copying this again, paste it. So there are multiple tables available. So we need to enter all the table names. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, ODS dot prescription. The next table is ODS dot prescription. And again, the next table is lab results. And the next table is, after the lab results, next table is appointment. Okay, and after that, the next table is patient's policy. Okay, patient policy. Next table is, after the patient policy, patient allergy. Okay, patient allergy. So next table is patient allergy. The next table is simple patient. Next table is doctors. ODS dot doctors. Okay, doctor table. So let me also copy. So there would be like 9 dimension tables and 4 fact tables, if you remember from the session that we discussed. So previously that we discussed. ODS dot department, and the next one is ODS dot insurer, insurer, and the next one is ODS dot branch. Okay. So how many tables? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, there are 9 tables. So what is the next thing that we need to do? Okay. So what does it do? Drop table. So if the ODS dot bill is existing, drop the table and enter the new data. So that is what we are trying to do. Okay. The next step is, okay, creating the master table. Create the master table. So what is a master table? Dimension table is the master table. Okay, dimension table is the master table. In other words, it is also called as a master table. So what is that master table that we are creating? So we will create the table, create table ODS dot branch, ODS dot branch. So what do we do here? So we go for creating the columns. Okay, branch code. Okay, it is variable character varchar, and we enter 10 number. Okay, so what is the constraint? Not null, comma. What is the next thing? Branch name. Branch name. And what is the, so same thing, varchar branch name. So here what do? We enter the number 100 characters, null. So if you want to have the branch name, yes, it should take the nulls. Yes, branch name can take the nulls. Okay, city. City, what do we need to enter? We can also enter the same thing, variable character, and it can take the 100 characters. So we can enter the nulls. I mean, nulls, not null, branch code should not take nulls. So not null represents. If we enter the constraint as null, then it can take nulls. It can have the nulls. Okay, load ID, and the next one is variable character, varchar. So here we can enter, or we can go with load ID can be integer. Okay, and what do we need to do? Null. And here it is the important thing that we are going to define the constraint. Okay, define the constraint from the table. Okay, from the table. So how do we define the constraint from the table? So let me go for writing constraint. Okay, so we can give the naming pk underscore. Pk represents primary key underscore branch. Okay, underscore branch primary key. Okay, so let me go for writing primary key. What is the primary key that we want to give? Okay, the primary key is branch code. Okay, primary key is branch code. So what is this? Primary key is branch code. So what does it represent? Okay, what does it mean? Constraint means, okay, constraint pk underscore branch. Okay, pk underscore branch. Okay, give the name of the constraint. Okay, what is the constraint name? Pk underscore branch is the constraint name. Primary key is like, okay, so the type of the constraint is primary key. Okay, unique. Each and every identify uniquely. Identify uniquely. So that is constraint. So what is the next thing? Branch code. Okay, apply this constraint on the column called as a branch code. Branch code column. Okay, branch code column. So this is about the constraint. Okay, this is about the constraint. Let me close the bracket. So we created the first master table called as a branch, ODS branch. What is the second table? So we will go by the order. Okay, maybe we will go. Okay, bill, prescription, lab results, appointment. Probably these are all like what is that fact table, and whatever we have, patient policy, allergy. So these are all the dimension master table. So the next table is create table ODS dot department. Okay, so here what we need to do? Here we need to enter the department information. Okay, department ID. Okay, department ID integer. Department ID integer, and let us go with not null, comma. So the next thing is that department name. So here what do we do? Variable character. So let me go for maintaining some standards. So variable character, and what we try to do? Not null. Okay. So if someone try to enter the nulls in the department name, it does not accept. Okay. Load ID. load ID. So what is the load ID? Integer. So let me go for giving it as null. Okay, comma. So here what do? We go for writing the constraint. Okay, what is the constraint? Constraint. So in this table, the constraint is department ID. Okay, what do? PK underscore department. The name of the constraint is PK underscore department. So we will go for giving the primary key and the on which column. The column name is department ID. So let me copy the column name. Okay, let me copy the column name. Okay, so this is department ID. So if you want to give the alternate key, okay, if you also want to give the alternate key, yes, we can also go for giving the alternate key. Constraint, okay, unique underscore department underscore name. So what we can do, unique is the constraint that we can give, department name is the unique. Okay, let me copy this. Department name. Okay, department name. Yes, it is done. Okay, so we gave the, so let me close the bracket. Yes, we created the next table called as a department. And what is the next table? The next table is create the table doctor. Create the table doctor. So here we need to enter the required information, required column about the doctor. So what is that? Doctor ID. Okay, so varchar doctor ID varchar 10. So we can go for not null. Not null. The next one is doctor name. Doctor name. So here what do? We go for writing again the same thing, varchar, and we can enter 100 number of characters. And here also we will go for not null. Next one is specialization. Okay, next one is specialization. So if you want to see the number of columns that we have, okay, so what we can do, we can go for taking the table. Okay, let me go for opening the Excel file. Okay, this Excel file, what do we have in the Excel file? So we would have all the columns. Okay, so what we can do, we can extract the columns from here. So Control C, and we can also go here. So we can also copy this, so that we get to know what are all the columns that we have in each and every table. Okay, patient ID. Next one is allergies. Okay, we can get the column names. So if you want to enter the column names, every time we are getting confused with the column names. So what we can do, we can go for getting all the column information. We also have a command called as dot columns, table name dot columns. So we would also get the column names, complete column names over here. So if you see, what do we have? Specialization. Yes, we entered till specialization. And the next one is department ID. I think department ID went into department table. Okay. So here we are discussing about the doctor ID, doctor name, specialization. And if you want to have the consultation fees, okay, we can also enter the consultation fees. So let me go for the specialization. What we can do, we can go for variable character, enter 100. And here what we can do, we can enter the nulls. Okay, we can have the specialization as a nulls. So what do we do? The next thing, department ID. Department ID, and we can go for integer. So why are we entering the department ID? I mean, so we can have the department ID so that we can have a relation with the department table, and we can get the information about the department name. Okay, we can get the information about the department name. So, I mean, probably that can also become the snowflake schema. Don't worry. We will not go through the snowflake schema. We always maintain the star schema only. Okay, department ID. So let us go for the next thing. Standard consult fee. Do we have that column? Standard consult department INR. Okay. Probably in the previous, if you remember from the previous session, whatever we discussed, okay, we entered the column names, okay. So we need to enter the same column names. Standard consult fee. Standard consult fee. So we can go for entering decimal, and we can enter 10, 2. Okay, precision is 10, scale is 2. So we can go for null. Next one is load ID. As usual, load ID. And we can go for integer, and let us go for taking the nulls. So here what do we need to define? The next thing, we need to define the constraint, okay, pk underscore doctor, pk underscore doctor. And what we can do, we can go for primary key. So what is the column name? How do we, which column we want to apply the primary key? So it is doctor ID, comma. So if you want to go for another primary key, okay, or another foreign key. So what we can do, we can define here constraint foreign key fk underscore doctor, okay, doctor underscore department, okay, doctor underscore department, foreign key. So what do we need? What we can go for it? Department ID. Okay, we can go for department ID. So here what we can do, so we are defining the foreign key, we gave the name of the foreign key, we defined the department ID as the foreign key. Okay, what we can do here, we can go for writing references ODS dot department. Now you see how wonderful it is. Okay, we are telling that this department ID becomes the foreign key and it can refer to the primary key department table. Okay, department ID. Okay, now you see we have entered this. So this is the doctor table. Okay, we need to enter ODS. We missed the ODS. Okay, we missed the ODS. Yes, the doctor table is created. Okay, the doctor table is created. What is the next thing? Okay, what do we need to do here? So here we can go for create. Again, the next table is create a table ODS dot insurer. Okay, ODS dot insurer. So we can go for insurer ID. So what we can do, we can go for int. And here what do? We go for identity. Identity is the number. It is going to automatically, it's like a serial number. Simple. It's like a serial number. Next one is insurer name. So we can go for writing variable character. So we can enter the name. We can give the number, not null. And the next one is load ID. Okay. Next one is load ID. We can enter the integer and we can go for nulls. So it's not a case sensitive. Actually, SQL is not a case sensitive. So we can enter the data, we can type it in the small letter or capital letter. But due to maintaining some standards, so what do? We go for writing it in a capital letter. Okay. Insurer. So let us go for making primary key. So what is the primary key? Insurer ID is the primary key. And the next one, we can also go for giving another one, constraint. So constraint. So I think we missed something over here. Constraint. So here what do? We go for writing UK underscore unique key. Okay. Insurer underscore name. And we can go for writing unique. And we can enter insurer name. Insurer name. So this is okay. It's not IDS, it's ODS. Okay. We entered the data. Okay. We entered the insurer data. Okay. That's wonderful. So what is the next thing? Okay. We need to enter the patient details. Okay. We need to enter the patient details. Okay. So what do? So from here, let us go with, okay, let us do something. Okay, let me enter the patient data over here. Okay, so let me enter the patient data over here. So what do we have in the patient data? So we have the patient ID variable character, patient name, date of birth, gender, all this information we have. So effective from, so it is taking the system date. So here if you see the constraint, primary key, okay, patient ID is the primary key. The next one is a gender. So what it is doing, it is giving some constraint stating that check gender is in male, female or others, or gender is null. Okay, or gender is null. Do not consider other than this gender. And again, blood group, only consider these blood groups. And again, the next one is date of birth, if you see, we have a condition over here. So we are telling that, okay, date of birth is null or date of birth less than or equal to system date. So if you see cast system date, okay, cast system date represents. So cast system date represents. So convert this into a date format. So get me the date format. Okay, system date gives the complete date and time. So what we are telling, consider only the date from the system date. So the date of birth should be less than or equal to the today's date and time. Only today's date. What it is saying? DOB, date of birth, should be less than or equal to today. If someone try to enter future dates, okay, it does not take. Okay, if someone try to enter the future days, what happens here? Insertion fails. Okay, insertion fails. So that is the condition that we are giving over here. Okay, that is the condition we are going to give here. So what is the next thing? The next thing is allergy table. Okay, we need to enter the allergy table. Let me write it over here. So allergy table. Okay, here what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the patient allergy, patient name allergy load ID. So we are telling patient allergy primary key. So here we are giving primary key as a patient ID and allergy. Actually, this can be the composite key. What is the composite key? So composite key is the combination of two columns. Okay, composite key is the combination of two columns. So we will discuss this concept composite key at the time of data modeling so that you will understand why do we need to create the composite key, the combination of more than one column, so that when we try to connect, when we try to make the relation between the tables or when we try to join the tables, so this composite key would be useful to get the unique data without any duplication. So we create that. So the next one, foreign key is allergy patient, so that we can connect this to patient table via primary key patient ID. So in this patient allergy, patient ID is the primary key. In other table, it can become the foreign key. Okay, we can reference this. So this is about the allergy. So what do we do here? So here we are trying to maintain. Okay, here we are trying to maintain. So we are trying to implement 1NF. If you remember, so this table has, what is that? Cell is holding two values separated by the comma. So in order to overcome what we did, we implemented 1NF. So we are trying to split the column. So in the previous, if you remember, so in the previous session, we discussed about splitting the column. Split string, I think. The function that we used, split underscore string. I think, or maybe, okay, string. Based on this, we have splitted the column. Okay, via delimiter comma. So this is, okay, this is the patient allergy. Next one is patient policy. Okay, the next one is patient policy. Patient policy or insurance or policy. So what we are trying to do here, so as usual, we are trying to enter the what is the data type and what is the constraint. So here in this table, what we are trying to do, create a constraint patient policy primary key, and here also patient ID policy number. Now, if you see here, patient ID and policy number becomes the composite key. Okay, patient ID, policy number, we combine this together, it becomes the composite key. And the foreign key, patient ID, which can refer to the patient table. And here also the same thing, insurer ID, it can refer to the insurance table, insurer table. And here if you see the constraint, coverage limit is null or coverage limit greater than or equal to 0. So should consider only the coverage limit greater than or equal to 0. Okay, this is what the condition that we give. And I think this can be the next table, the transaction appointment. Okay, what is the next table? Appointment table. So which contains the all the transaction information. So transaction information. So from the same table, from the 49 columns, we are trying to divide it as per our what is that the connection between the tables. So how do we make the relation between the tables? What we are trying to do. So here we are mentioning the constraints. Okay, here we are mentioning the constraint. So from the patient policy, I would like to connect it to the patient ID, patient table. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make this as a foreign key so that I can get the patient, I can connect it to the patient table, insurance table. Okay. So here, appointment ID, patient ID, doctor ID, department ID, branch code. Okay. These are all the foreign keys. Okay. These are all the foreign keys. And the next one, so we are trying to write up what is the appointment date, appointment status, what is the complaint diagnosis, clinical notes, what is the consultation fees. So these are all we have it in the transaction, consultation fees and all. Here, this is important. Okay, here this is important. From the appointment to primary key, we are trying to connect with the foreign key patient ID. Okay, so what is the primary key here? Appointment ID is the primary key, where each and every record is being uniquely identified. Next column, what we are next constraint, patient ID refer to the foreign key patient ID in the transaction table, refer to the patient ID in the patient table. Okay, and the next one, doctor ID in this transaction table can refer to the doctor ID in the doctor table. So here the same thing. Okay, these are all what it is referencing. The foreign key in the transaction table, whatever the foreign keys that we have in this transaction table, in this fact table, can refer to the primary keys of the dimension table. That is what these are saying. Okay, that is what we have it. So here in the appointment status, we are trying to check only it should exist in scheduled, completed, cancelled, and no show. If anything other than this, do not consider, do not take it. Okay, so this is the transaction table. What does it contain? It contains the consultation fees. Okay, it contains the doctor consultation fees. Okay, and the next one is lab results. Same thing as usual. What does it contain? The lab results mainly contain the lab charges. Okay, lab results mainly contain the lab charges. Okay, that's wonderful. Next one, prescription. Okay, next table is prescription. So what do we have in the prescription table? Prescription ID, appointment ID, what is the medicine name, what is the dosage, frequency, medicine charges. So these are all related to the medical information. So how much medical is making the money. So here if you see, you need to understand that there are three kinds of a fact table that we entered. The first transaction table appointment is speaking about the consultation fees, which is related to the hospital. This is related to the hospital. Next table is related to the lab results, lab. Okay, so we have CRP, CBP, vital test, we go for urine test, blood test. Okay, so these are all lab results. How much lab is making money? Here, how much hospital is making money? How much lab is making money? Here, how much medical store is making money? Okay, how much medical store is making money? This is in the prescription. The last one is bill. Okay, the last table is bill. So let's see what kind of a data that we have it in the bill table. Okay, so what do we have in here? You observe here, we have a bill ID. Okay, bill ID which is not exist in our table. Or maybe what we are trying to do, we are trying to give the identity so that it can have the serial number from 1 Okay, it is just like an index. Identity 1 comma 1 is like an index. Index, you try to get it like 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Okay, something like this. Okay, it is an index. So here what do we have? We have the consultation fees, we have the lab charges, medicine charges, subtotal, discount, GST amount, total amount. What is the payment mode, payment status? Okay, expected total. What is the expected total? Okay, the complete business calculation we are implementing directly in this table. What is whether the bill is valid or not? Okay, what is that? Here we have a case statement. Absolute is the function which is going to consider the absolute value, no negative values. Okay, total amount minus subtotal, it should be less than or equal to 1. So here we have the condition 1 as a bit. So we are trying to give what is that binary numbers, zeros or 1 is a valid, 0 is not valid, invalid. Okay, so here it is checking the condition, what is the payment status and what is the payment mode. Okay, this is what we have it in this bill table. Okay, in this bill table. So we can verify this. Okay, we can verify this. So how do we verify this? So we can verify this. Select, okay, s dot name as schema name, comma, t dot name as table name from system underscore system dot tables. So which is used for getting the information from the system. Okay, T. So we can join the table system dot schemas sr s dot schema id. Okay, schema id equal to t dot schema id. Okay, t dot schema id, where s dot name equal to ODS. We are only want to see the ODS tables. Okay, ODS table. So we can go for writing. So ODS, let us put it in the single quotes. Okay, if I click on execute, so we would get all the tables. Now you see we got all the tables related to the ODS tables. Okay, after executing the ODS, the complete table, so we got the ODS table. So what do we have? What is ODS? Operational data store. Remember this. So you need to explain as it is in the interview. Okay, what is that? So we have table names. Okay, till patient policy dimension table, appointment results, prescription and bill are the fact tables. Okay, so what we did, we loaded the data into the, we have loaded the data into the ODS table. Till here what we did, implemented normalization, implemented normalization, implemented the constraints, implemented the constraints, and loaded data to ODS. Okay, loaded data to ODS. Now we have a structure. Okay, so whatever the data that is falling under, we have a structure. What are all the structure? If you see 11 normalized tables. What is that? Department table, doctor table, branch, insurer, patient allergy, patient policy, and appointment. It has all the data, lab results, prescription, and bill. Okay, lab results, prescription, and bill. So these are all information that we need, that we have. What is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? Load this into another table, another tables, and implement the, or make it into, or make this as a star schema. Make this as a star schema. Okay, just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Are we good till now, all of you? Good. So don't worry, in the interview, it's not about coding. So in the interview, you need to explain the process. Okay. What is the main thing that most of the people lag is, so you are good at technical or you are good at something, you know about the SQL part, or you know about the Power BI part, or you know about the data warehousing or data warehouse or database or SQL or Power BI. But if you do not know the process, okay, first and foremost thing that they are going to ask about the process. How does the data travel? Okay, what is the first question? How does the data travel? So whatever we discussed till now, you need to explain the same thing. Okay, whatever we discussed till now. So this is the travel of the data. What is the process of the data? From the ERP source system. Okay, what is that? From ERP source system till Power BI, how does the data travel? How does the data travel? And the next one, what are all the transformations? What are all the transformations? Transformations. What does the each stage, what does each stage perform? Okay. So what does the each stage perform, or what does uh, each stage has? Okay, what does each stage has? What kind of a data is it has? Okay, so we discussed what we discussed. We loaded the data into the ODS. What is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? This is okay. The next step is making the tables into, what is that? Making the tables into fact and dimension tables. Fact and dimension. Okay, this is what we see. Okay, there is a role difference. What is that? ETL developer, data analyst, a BI developer. Okay, so whatever we did till now, it's an ETL developer role. Okay, it is not completed yet, but whatever we are doing till now is an ETL developer role. Okay, what does the ETL developer does? So from the scratch, from the Oracle ERP till making. Okay, from Oracle ERP system, till making fact and dimension table. So this is the role of ETL developer. Okay, what is the data analyst? What is the data analyst? Maybe building, maybe analyzing the data, building the tables or joining the tables. Okay, joining the tables, or what we can say, joining the tables, building the CTEs, or building the views. Okay, these are all can be done by the data analyst. BI developer, whatever the views, whatever the tables that we have from the source, he just grabs. Okay, grab the table or import the table into Power BI, import tables into Power BI, and go for data visualization or report building. Simply, we can call it as a report building. Okay, this is the role of BI developer. Joining the tables, data analyst. Okay, probably he can also involve in this, but there is a line. So data analyst can't involve much, but he can analyze the data in the database. Okay, in the database, and he can work on the BI. Okay, so this is what the data analyst role. What is the next thing? So we need to do the same thing. So what we do here is, okay, drop table if exist. Okay, drop table if exist. So we are trying to divide DW dot, okay, fact prescription, okay, fact prescription. So then the same thing. So let me go for creating. Okay, we will create one by one. Okay, we will create one by one. What we are telling, if the table is already existing, drop it simply and create it with the new one, new name. Okay, DW dot. The next table is fact lab results. Okay, and again DW dot. So the next table is billing, fact billing. And again, next one is DW dot. The next fact table is appointment, fact appointment. Okay, that's wonderful. DW dot. Okay, so we are trying to separate the dimension and fact table. Here, what do? We go for writing dimension medicine. Okay, dimension medicine. DW dot after medicine lab test. Again, DW dot after lab test. Let us go with the insurer, DIM insurer. Next one, DW dot after insurer we can go for DIM branch. Okay, first one. DW dot, what is that after branch? Let us go for a department. DW dot, we can go for doctor. DW dot, we can go for patient. And the last one, DW dot payment mode. DW dot payment mode, or we also have DW dot dimension date. Okay, we created. I think dimension date does not exist. It wasn't there in the previous ODS. Okay, it wasn't there in the previous ODS. Okay, here if you see, here we need to enter the dimension table. Okay, dimensions. Okay, we need to enter the dimension. But the thing is that dimension date does not exist. Okay, dimension date does not exist. So now let us go through what is our, we have a concept called as role playing dimension. Okay, role playing dimension. One of the most important concept in the data warehouse and in the database. And what is this? One of the interview questions. Okay, interview question. What is a role play dimension? Did you ever apply in your organization? If you have applied in your organization, what is the table? What is the role playing dimension table? Okay, role playing dimension table is like, okay, let me explain the same thing in the layman terminology. Okay, let us take a woman. Okay, woman can be a mother. Okay, woman can also be the wife. A woman can also be a daughter. Okay, woman can also be a player. Okay, the tennis player or whatever, athlete. Okay, and also the sister. The same woman, when there is a change in the relationship, okay, when there is a change in the relationship, her designation is changing. Okay, what is that? Role is changing. Okay, role is changing. If the woman is with her daughter or her what is that, son, she becomes mother. If she is with her husband, wife. If she is with her daughter or whatever, sister, sibling. Okay, based on the role, based on the designation, the role is changing. So, but the woman is same. Okay, if you take the woman is same. Similarly, okay, if you take the movie, okay, what is that movie? So we have something called as a Dashavatar. Okay, we have something called as a Dashavatar. So consider this as a Kamal Hassan. Okay, Kamal Hassan. The Kamal Hassan is a single person. Okay, the Kamal Hassan is a single person. But what is going on? The same Kamal Hassan is acting like a Just a second. Okay. The same Kamal Hassan is acting like a, what is that? George Bush. Okay. George Bush, a Chinese person. Or if you go for taking old lady, the same Kamal Hassan. And what is that? The Kamal Hassan is also acting like a, what is that? The, the Chinese person. So there are 10 characters of the Kamal Hassan. Or if you take the movie Aparchit, okay, the same Vikram is acting like Ram Remo, okay, something like that. Okay, so Hum Shekal, there is a movie Hum Shekal, Saif Ali Khan, 3 characters, 3 roles, okay, one person, dual role. So whatever the same thing that we have in here, so here also the role playing dimension, most of the times the role playing dimension can be the date table, date dimension. Okay, what is that? Dimension date column. What does the date column, what does the date table can have? Each and every organization maintain this table called as a date table. What does it contain? It contains the complete dates information. Okay, what is that? Complete dates information. What is the dates information? So it can have the year, quarter, month. Okay, year, quarter, month, day. Okay, it can also have is weekend. Okay, weekend date, or it can also have the name of the year, month, quarter. Okay, it can have the calendar year, calendar period, or it can also have the fiscal period. Fiscal period. What is the calendar period? Calendar period is from Jan to December. Fiscal period is from the Indian financial period. Probably the fiscal year is April to March. Okay, April to March, Indian financial period. It can also contain the month number. Okay, month number. So what do we do in general? Okay, what do we do in general? You got a question. Sharath, why can't we have these? Can't we extract? So, for example, there is a date called as a order date. You got a question? Yes. Why can't we get the order date from the order date, year, quarter, month, day data, or using the format function? You got another doubt? Using the format function, why can't we format this into year, month format? Okay, why can't we extract based using the queries, using the functions, using the commands, all the dates information? Okay, for this, okay, for this, there is a concept. Okay, if there is a 1 million records, okay, if there is a 1 million records in the table, and what we are trying to do, we are trying to extract, okay, 1 million records, and there are 10 columns, for example. There are 10 columns. What we are trying to do, we are trying to extract from the date column, we are trying to extract extra 5 columns. Okay, so maybe it can become 1.5 million. Okay, considering the size, for example. Okay, considering the size, it can become 1.5 million. So 1.5 million, when we try to load the data, okay, when we try to load the data, or when we try to get the data into Power BI, okay, it can impact the execution time, and it can make the slowness in the query, slowness in the tool, in the same SQL tool, data warehouse, or database tool. In order to overcome, what do? We go for creating the date dimension table. Okay, what does the date dimension table contains? It contains the date information. It contains the year, quarter, month, all information. Okay, what do? For example, we have order date. We have order date. We have sales date. We have delivery date, for example. We have delivery date. We have delivery date. So there are 3 dates in the sales table. For example, in the sales table, there are 3 dates. So what do? Okay, what do? We go for creating a dimension table. Okay, dimension date table. Date table. What does it contain? It contains the date, year, quarter, month, day, whatever the year number, okay, year number or name, okay, all this information. So what do we do? So we make a relation between the tables based on the complete dates. Okay, what is the main rule? Order date, sale dates, delivery date, it should contain the complete dates. Okay, it should not be nulls. Okay, based on this order date, I will make a relation between the date, okay, date key or dates, okay, dates. Okay, we can go for dates, date column. So here also, here we go with order date. So for the order date, okay, for the order date, so we get, if we extract the date into this, okay, whatever the year, quarter, month, day, it becomes the order year, order quarter, order month, order date, order year number, order name. Okay, you understand the concept. For the sales date, if we try to pull the information, okay, for the sales date, the same date becomes the sale date, sale year, sale quarter, sale month, sale year name, sale year month. Wonderful. For the delivery date, the same date becomes sale day, sale delivery date, delivery year, delivery quarter, delivery month, delivery date. Okay, delivery day. So this is the reason role playing dimensions. Okay, this is a single table, but it acts like a multiple. Okay, it acts like a role playing. Okay, it acts like a role playing. We also have another date, another information. For example, another example. We have a what is that table called as a, so for example, we have a table called as a geography table. For example, geography table. Another example, another role playing example. Okay, another role playing example. What is the table called as geography? What does it contain? It contains the region. Okay, it contains the city, it contains the state, region, country, sorry. It contains the country, it contains the state, city. Okay, this geography table contains the region, country, state, city. So we have few tables. What is that table? We have a table called as a branch table. Okay, we have a table called as a branch table. So what does the branch table contains? So branch table has something called as a region ID. For example, you think region ID. Okay, region ID. Here also we have region ID, country ID, state ID, city ID. And again, region name, region, country name, state name, city name. We also have one more table called as a product to manufacturing table. Product table. Okay, what does the product table contains? Again, the country ID. Okay, country ID. And again, if I go for the same thing, another table called as a customer table. The customer table contains the customer ID, or maybe we have the customer ID, but we also have the region ID. So what happens, okay, to this, to the branch ID, if I want to pull the region, country, state, so based on the IDs, based on the matching IDs, okay, we can get the information from the geography table, so that this becomes the branch region, branch country, branch state, branch city. Okay, the same table, geography table. Again, the next product is manufactured. Okay, for example, you take one product. Okay, what is that product? AC, for example. This product table has the region ID, country ID. Okay, when we make the relation between the product to geography, this product, this region can become product region, product country, product manufactured state, product manufactured city. Okay, now you see, this geography has made it into the product. Okay, again, if you go here, the customer table, the customer is from, for example, the customer table contains the region ID, country ID, state ID, city ID. When I made the relation between the customer and region, geography, this becomes customer geography. Okay, customer region, customer country, customer state, customer city. So how it is working? So these are all working based on the IDs. Okay, these are all working based on the primary and foreign keys. Primary and foreign keys. Based on the matching region ID, based on the region ID, matching region ID, country ID, okay, we can extract, we can pull the information about the region, country, state, city from the geography table. So here if you see, the geography is a role-playing dimension. So I gave you the two examples. In the interview, if you get a question about the role-playing dimension, you can say that, yes, we have the role-playing dimension table. The first and foremost table is called as a date table. So from the, we have the complete full dates information in the date table. What do? We make the relation between the dates table and whatever the date column that we have in the fact table, so that this becomes, here we have the date sales table. For example, if we have another table, product table, okay, or another fact table, so what do? It can also become that. And another example, geography table. So either of this you can use and you can explain the concept in the interview. So now let us get in here. So what do we have? The first and foremost thing that we have is, we can go for making the date dimension. Okay, what is that? If you see here, role playing, so it can be joined to the appointment, so that this becomes appointment date. Okay, you see, appointment date. It can be joined to the booking, it can become the booking date. It can be joined to the bill and it can become the bill date. Okay, so here the date key is a smart key, which is a combination of year, month, day, but it is not in the date format. It is, so if you take an example, 2026 month 08 day 414. So this is a date key. So what do we have? We have the date of month, day name, day, week, okay, all the complete information, calendar year, fiscal year, okay, all the information that we have. Okay, so this is about the dimension, date dimension. The next one is the patient information. The next one is patient information. So we have a concept called as slowly changing dimension. Okay, slowly changing dimension. What is the slowly changing dimension? For example, now I'm in Hyderabad. Okay, what is that? Now I'm in Hyderabad. Tomorrow I have shifted to Bangalore. Okay, tomorrow I shifted to Bangalore. My address has been changed. If I'm the customer, my customer address has been changed. So that is slowly changing dimension. If you see here, patient SK represents the surrogate key. What is a surrogate key? Surrogate key is what we can say redundancy key, another key. Okay, duplicate key for primary key. Duplicate key for primary key. So probably like this is surrogate key is an identity. So where what do we have in here? So we have something, it is like an incremental of the numbers from 1 to whatever the number of records that we have. I can simply say it as an index, serial number. Okay, so we have the patient ID, which is a natural key that is coming from the table, from the what is that? From the main staging layer. Okay, so this is row hash. We have the row hash binary. So which is like a change detection. Okay, binary is like 1, 2, 3 the numbers. If there is a change, it changes. Okay, 32 numbers. We can enter the 32 numbers. So this is what we have it in the, what is this table? Patient table. The next table is doctor table. Okay, doctor table. So what is that? It is a type 1, slowly changing dimension type 1. Don't worry about it. We will see if we can cover this in the coming session. So we have surrogate key again. So we have doctor ID, general, normal. Okay, we are trying to create the dimension doctor table. Okay, the next one is department table. Okay, the next one is department table. Okay, what do we have here? We have a department table, department ID, department name, department load ID. So we have it. Okay. The next one is branch and insurance. Okay. Branch and insurance. We have the branch code, branch ID. Okay. And insurance name, insurance is self-pay. Okay. So this is what we have it. Next one is payment mode. Okay, next one is payment mode. So which is a low cardinality. So whether we can have it or not, it's up to us. Whether it is we can have a flag is digital or is settled. We can have 1-0 so that we can get in touch with the patient information. Patients. Okay, if they have settled it or not. Low cardinality flag combination. Okay, and the next one is lab test and the medicine. Okay, lab test and medicine. We have the lab information. And the last one is fact table. The last three tables are fact table. Let us get all the fact tables at a time so that we can discuss about what do we have in the fact table. Okay. So what is this fact table? So what is the grain? What is the grain? Level of data. Grain is nothing but level of data. What is the grain? One row per appointment. Okay, in the appointment table, we have one row per appointment. So if you see appointment date key, which is a role playing dimension. Again, booking date, it is also role play. We can get the follow-up date, role playing. Appointment ID, degenerate dimension. ERP transaction ID, degenerate dimension. We will discuss about this at the time of data modeling part. You will easily understand this. Okay, again for the fact billing table. So here also grain is one row per bill. Okay, so here also we did that consultation fee, lab charges, medicine charges, what is the subtotal and all. And here what is the table? Fact result table. Here also one row per test per appointment. Okay, so we can have the lab charges, test counts and all. And the next table is prescription. One row per appointment. So here also we have it. So let me click on execute. Let's see whether we get the output or not. Okay, we are missing something. So what do we do? So let me go for getting this. Let me click on execute. Now, if you see, what do we have in here? We have the table. Oh, sorry. We have the table. We have the type. So whatever we have mentioned, these are all the dimension tables. So now you see there are 13 tables. Previously we had 11 tables. What are the new tables added? Role playing dimension date table is added, and the next one is payment mode is added. Either up to us whether we can have the payment mode table or not. Okay, which is not necessary, but for our understanding we can have it. And 4 fact tables. Okay, how do we check? Go to Object Explorer and refresh this and expand the databases. What is the database that we created? Medicore DW. So expand this. Let me expand the tables. If you see here, whatever the tables that we created from the beginning, from the starting of the project. So what are all we have? We have the dimension branch. Okay, DW. Actually, we would be having what is that object? I don't exactly remember the name. DBO, database object. DBO.dim branch, but we can change the name. Okay, we can change the name. If you want to make the changes to the name, I think we can change it, rename. Okay, we can change it, but the schema is not changeable. We can change the name. Okay, we will see that. Don't worry. Don't worry about the naming. Understand the process. Do you remember that DW is like a DBO, database object, the final stage. Okay, this one is a final stage. So let me check whether if I can change the name, the first one, no. Okay, we have the date, department, doctor, insurer, lab. Okay, till here all the dimension tables are loaded. Till here dimension tables. If you remember, we created the audit, we created the control, rejection rows and all, and also ODS tables. Okay, and also the first one is raw data, stage.raw hospital. If I click on top 1000 records, we will see all the columns in here. Let me take this off and let me run this. Okay, we would completely see all the tables, 5000 records, and we would have all the tables. Okay, we would have all the columns. So this is the last and final, what is that stage? Okay, this is the last and final stage where we can have, where we have loaded the data from the stage to ODS and ODS to the data warehouse. I mean DBO, database object, dividing the tables or separating the tables into dimension and fact tables. Okay, dimension and fact tables. So tomorrow, let us discuss about testing the data. Okay, data quality. So we discussed, okay, let me open the Jira. Okay, so what did we discuss? We discussed, there are three, we covered the three stages actually. Okay, so the Medicore project, the first stage is the introduction, second stage is architecture, and the third one is warehouse and data, I mean the modeling part. So whatever we have, so let me close this all so that it would be, so we can easily understand, okay, where we are at. Okay, and the next one, we loaded the data from the ODS to star schema. Yes, we did that. And also we created the dimension fact and dimension table and fact table so that it looks like a star schema. Okay, we created it. It's not like a star schema, but what we did, we created the tables in such a way that it should be familiarity or it should be similar with the fact table. Okay, sorry, star schema. So what is the next step? So validation step. Okay, the next step is validation step. So what do we do here at the time of validation? So probably we create an incident or we create a ticket. Okay, I'm trying to make it real time so that you will easily understand what happens in the real time. So we are using the Jira free version. You can also use it. This is a Jira for creating the, what is that, task, story, task, and subtask. This is the Jira to create the incident. So we are in the incidents and tickets. Let me click on create. Okay. So what is that? So we can submit a request or incident. So what we can do, we can go for writing something here. So what is that? Validation. Okay. Medicore project validation. Medicore project data validation. Okay. Or we can also mention that ETL data validation so that it would be ETL data validation. Okay. So completed the project. Okay, worked on 3 stages. Okay, worked on 3 stages. The data or project is being made into star schema. So star schema. So before we need approval, okay, to deploy the project into production. Okay, into production. So what happens in the real time? Okay, what happens in the real time? So we would have the servers. Actually, in the real time, we would have multiple servers. Okay, multiple servers and multiple databases. Okay, multiple servers and multiple databases. For example, we are using the production or we are using the dev server. Okay, dev server 123. Okay, this is the dev server which is used for developing the query. Okay, developing the query. So what we did, actually we moved from the development, so we moved it into the testing. Okay, we would also have the test server. Okay, test server, we can go for writing 456. Okay, after the unit testing, then it goes into the, actually in the data engineering, okay, we there is no need of client testing and all. Okay, if there is a data engineer from the client side, he would test. Okay, if there is a data engineer from the client side, yes, the data engineer is going to test the project. Okay, if there is no data engineer, what do? We sit with, okay, we would have the review with the manager. Then yes, if the manager feels this is good, then it goes into the production. Okay, we would also have a production server. 6, 7, 8. So 7, 8, 9. Then it would be moved into the pushed into the production. Into the production. Okay, pushed into the production. So we can also select the organization. Okay, we do not have the organization. What do we do? So now let me click on the create this. Okay, what we did, we created the incident. Okay, what we did, we created the incident. Okay, where is the incident? Okay, where is the incident? Okay, whatever the incident, raise a request. Oh, we have this raise a request. Okay, you see, I think we did the same thing. I think. Oh, here we are good. Okay, so here we can write the summary. Okay, Medicore project ETL validation. Okay, validate the project. We can push it into the production server. Production server. Okay, so what do? We can click on send this. Okay, we can view work item. Okay, now let us see the work item. So where do we have this? Okay, what do we do? So if there is a what we can see, we can assign this actually. Okay, we can assign this to the manager or whatever the client that we have. We can assign it to that person. Okay, we can also have the SLS. Okay, if you want to have the deadlines, okay, it should be completed. Okay, I mean, again, there are priorities P0, P1, P2, P3. Okay, P0 should be solved within 24 hours, P1 should be solved within 3 to 5 working days, P3 can take 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, there are priorities. So, based on the service level agreements, so the ticket or the incident moves into the to the client side. Okay, to the client side. So what is the next step? So let me go here. So here what we can do, here we can go for validation. So let us put it into the validation test. Okay, let us put it into the review. So how do we validate? Okay, how do we validate the data? Validate the query. So how do you do that? So if you see here, expand the databases, expand the data warehouse or the database or the expand the tables. So we have multiple tables over here. Okay, how the data is coming? The data has entered into the stage hospital raw as the staging layer. It is the staging layer raw data. Then again we pushed it into the ODS. From the ODS, the transformations are done. Then we divided those into the dimension and fact tables. We added date dimension as a what do you say, role playing. Okay, role playing. These are all we did that. So what do we need to do? So we need to test it. So how do we test it? We can take any one of the example. Okay, we can take any one of the example and we can test it. So let us go with the sample analytics. Sample analytics. Okay, what we need to do here? So we will select. For example, we can go for select. Okay, so we can go for department name. So first of all, let us go with from FCT dot. Do we have that? Okay, DW dot fact. Where is that? Fact billing. Yes. Okay, DW dot fact billing. So what do we do here? So we will go for fact billing. So let me name this as F. Okay, let me name this as F. What we can do, we can join this with the date. We can join with this date D on what we can use. If you remember that we have a date key. Okay, so we have a date key. Where is the date key? Equal to, we also have in the fact table, we also have the date key. Do we have that? Yes. Build date key. Okay, it is named as a build date key. And the next thing, we can also join this with department, dw dot department. Okay, on. So we can go for D. We can give the naming. Okay, actually we can give the alias naming. So here let me go for giving the name as DEP on DEP dot department ID. Okay, let us go with the department surrogate key equal to F dot department surrogate key. Where is that department surrogate key? Department surrogate key. Okay, so what we can do here? So let us go with selecting the columns. D dot fiscal year, D dot fiscal year, a department dot department name. Okay. So here what we can do. So in order to test the number of records, we can do simply count of star. So which gives the number of records as bills or number of bills. So how many bills have been registered till now? Okay. And also we can go for sum of total amount f dot total amount. Okay. F dot total amount as revenue. Okay. We can call this as revenue. And the next one we can go with f dot. Okay. Again, we will go with sum of f dot discount as discount. Okay. From the table. So what is the thumb rule? What is the thumb rule? So whenever you enter the aggregation, whenever you type the aggregated functions, always remember, whenever you enter the aggregated functions, count, sum, minimum, maximum, okay, in the select statement, it goes with a group by condition, group by. Okay, whatever the columns that we gave in the dimension columns, especially whatever the dimension columns that we gave in the select statement should come into the group by statement. Okay, group by statement. Now let me execute this. What we are trying to do, by the fiscal year, by the department name, we are trying to see the count of bills, revenue, and the discount. Let me click on execute this in here. So if you see here, what do we see here? We are able to see the data by the fiscal year. Okay, what is the value? Okay, we are not able to see the value, but the thing is that by the department, we are able to see the data. How many number of bills, the number of bills, and what is the revenue, and what is the discounts that we are giving. So if you want to see the same thing in here, what do we need to do? So we need to go for pivoting the table. Okay, what do we need to do? So let me go for move or take a copy. ERP, this one. Let me go and yeah, we are in the second. Okay, let me go for clicking, delete this. What we can do, we can go for inserting the pivot table. Okay, we need to select the complete table. Let me click on pivot table. New worksheet. Let me click on this. So what are all we have taken? Okay, fiscal year. I think we do not have a fiscal year, by the way. Okay, what do we need to do? Let us go for taking the department name. Okay, where is that? Department name into the rows. Actually, we need to take it into the rows. Let me expand this. Department name into the rows. Okay, we got the department name. What is the next thing? Bills. Okay, do we have anything called as a bills? Okay, we do not have anything. What we can do, we can take the appointment ID into the values. And yes, now you see we got the number of appointment in here. Okay, the count of appointment IDs. Now we got 5,000. So what do we need to do? If you want to get that, we can take off. We need to take off the fiscal year. Okay, let me take off. For now, let me take off the fiscal year. Okay, for now, let me take off the fiscal year so that you will easily understand. Okay, let me also take this off. Let me click on run this. Now you see, let us check that whether we got the same data or not. Cardiology 673. Yes, wonderful. Dermatology and what is that? Gastroenterology, something, whatever it is. Okay, 646. Yes, we got it. And what is the next thing? Total amount. Okay, let me enter the total amount. Do we have that total amount? Total amount INR into the values. Okay, total amount, where does it go? Where did it go? Total amount. So let me have it in here. Okay, let me delete this first of all. Remove this field and let me add total in here. Okay, we are getting count. Let me click on this value field setting, make it into sum. Okay, now you see what we have got. Okay, I think it is okay. We can go for making this into sorting the data. Okay, let me go to data. Okay, home, sort to largest to. Okay, what is that? Largest to highest to lowest. Okay, what we did, largest to highest. Okay, yes. So here also we can go for order by. Let me go for revenue. Let me click on execute this. Okay, let me go here. The first one is neurology 3843425. Oh, wonderful. You see, cardiology 3506285. Again, orthopedics. 313 some value. Okay, 611. Okay, dermatology, the last one is dermatology 1281830. Yes, and the total is some value we got. Okay, so if you want to check the total, what do we need to do? We need to take off all these. Okay, we need to take off. So what do we need to do? We can just we need to go for taking select sum of total revenue. Okay, sum of total revenue, and we need to go for the table name. That's it. So if you want to see the total, let me go for taking. Okay, what is that? Okay, we need to have the group by. We can have the group by, and we can take this column. Let me click on this. Okay. Okay, let me give it. Okay, let me take this off actually. Now let me run this. Now you see we got the total. What is the total? 24,555,370, 24,555,370. Yes. Now you see we got the same number. 24,555, 24,555. Okay. So this is how we validate the data. Exactly in the organization. Okay. In the real time, in each industry, this is how the validation goes. They go for validating by department, or maybe by region, by country, or they can also validate it by the doctor name. Okay, what are all the appointments, what are all the specialization. So by this, the validation goes. Yes, now you see, now the data matches. Okay, what do you do? Now the data matches. So let me go with this. Okay, let me go with this one. Let me click on execute this. So let me erase this first of all. So how do we do it? Okay, so we want to say that. So let me go for what is the department name. Let me add the department name. I think we have the department name. Yes, we have the department name, revenue and discount. Okay, what do we do here? Okay, we will go for taking the snapshot. After this, we control C, and we go to the we go here. We go to what is the project. Okay, someone is trying to do. Okay, for example, someone is trying to do. So what do we need to do? We can click on this. Okay, we can edit, or we can click on the link, or we can create the subtask. We can create some page or document. Okay, let me click on page. Okay, so we can create the page, and we can add something over here. We can add the document over here stating that yes, the values are matching. Okay, let me paste it. Okay, am I able to paste it? Header image. Yeah, I'm not able to paste it, but what do we do? We go for adding any folder. Okay, choose file. So I can go for choosing the file. If I save this, okay, what do I need to do? I need to save this. Control S. I would save it in the downloads. Okay, validation. I would name this as a validation. I would go here, and I would select that image. Okay, where is that? I would select that image, and I would upload this. Okay, now you see the validation, and I would click on publish this. Okay, so I would go for validation. Let me click on publish. Okay, I'm the tester. Okay, you think that I'm the tester. So I tested it. Okay, the data engineer tested it, or the manager tested it, and he shared the details in the validation. Yes, it is validated. Now what we can do? So we will close this. Okay, we will mail stating that okay, this has been tested. So the testing is completed. Now we can clear. Now we can push this into the production. Okay, what we can say here? So where is that? We can also add another item. Okay, so where is that? What we can do? Move. Let me click on move. Do we have anything in the move? Okay. So let me move this into map status. Okay, where is that? Let me click on next. Okay, do we have any errors? Okay, no issues, nothing. Let me click on the next one. Is it moving? Error, you must select the project. Your issues destination, let me click on the task. Let me click on the project. Yes, let me click on the next one, confirm changes. So what do I do? If I need to add anything, let me click on the next. I can add, yes, the values are matching. It can be moved into the production. Okay. So what here I can do? Here I can do, I can click on another one, move the project to the production. To the production, I can enter the incident number. Okay. I can enter the incident number. INCI 007. Okay, I can enter the incident number and I can assign it to the whatever the production movement, whatever the candidate who moves the project into the production environment. Yes, he can move. I can put it in the review. If that person is checking, yes, that person is going to move that into the production environment. Yes, the project is moved into the production environment. Now we have completed the project. So I can click on complete the sprint. Yes. Now the project is completed. Okay, we from the stage 1 till stage 4, okay, till the validation we have completed. Okay, till the validation we have completed. If you see here, okay, what do we need to do? We need to go for one thing called as, in the project management we have data analysis. Yeah, so if you see what till where we have completed, so we started from the business problem statement. We gathered the information. We have did some analysis, data generation, data flow architecture we discussed, data extraction. We have built the design, dimension and fact table. We have normalized the table. We also cleaned the data cleaning and transformation is also completed. Data warehouse design, yes, we did that. Star schema, we implemented that. And we made the modeling. We implemented the star schema in the data warehousing and data modeling part. Okay, so what we did, data mapping document, yes, we have that. Business rules and calculations, I mean, we implemented, we have not implemented, but we need to implement it in the Power BI. So what